Hello everybody, welcome to another Avowed stream, the first one where I can hopefully talk a bit. I'm still I'm coughing a bit every now and then. Yeah, I had the flu pretty badly, and yeah, that's why we were streaming a lot without commentary. Also while I was feeling really bad, so yeah, towards the end obviously I was feeling better, but yeah, I was like barely able to play at all. I haven't started the Twitch stream yet, my bad. Okay, yeah, so just checking everything. Seems fine. I haven't talked at all about Avowed. It's a very diverse game. Like, it really divides people. There's the one crowd that basically expected Morrowind, Skyrim, Fallout, just like an immersive sim. And then there's the people that just take games for what they are, and it's an action RPG. So it doesn't want to be an immersive sim at all. It's a story-driven action RPG, and I think it's a good game. It maybe doesn't have the most, like, I would say, fun combat system. It's a pretty simplistic for my taste. But the exploration and world building is really nice. It really has nice visuals too. It looks really surprisingly good. Like, it's a really good use of the Unreal Engine 5. Runs okay on high-end systems. And so far, I would give it an 8 out of 10. So I really like the game. And yeah, Avowed for sure. One of the, I guess, divisive games for all the wrong reasons, because people just expected a different game out of it. I mean, yeah, it looks a bit like Skyrim Morrowind when you start it up, but that doesn't mean it wants to be that, right? It's like about game scope, it's about what they want to achieve. And I think what they went for here is perfectly reasonable. It works well, it's a complete package. It's a finished game as far as I can tell. There's not a lot of bugs, it's like very well polished. Runs really well for what it looks like. I mean, yeah, it doesn't use path tracing or anything, but using the max settings, it runs really well. Unreal Engine has one of the most ugly reflection quality settings. Like the ray trace reflections are so shit in the game, which is why I turned them to low to turn the ray trace reflections off. I demonstrated the extreme noise issue the ray trace reflections had at the start of the game. So yeah, it really has a lot of noise and really makes the game much uglier and run worse for no reason. So I would really recommend nobody uses that. Unless you're like really into ray trace reflections and you don't give a shit about the noise, but it's really unacceptably bad, to be honest. So yeah, that's my take on the game so far. Checking something. Also, don't forget to use the DLSS for sorry, my bad. Transformer override. So you use the current model using the NVIDIA app. It's supported by the game, and I highly recommend you use the latest versions of it. To be honest, like, it's so much better. And there are also a bunch of videos up now, you know, from for example, from Hardware Unboxed, where they showcase the Transformer model for 1044p and 4K, and they are blown away by its quality, like I am too. I think it's one of the biggest milestones in real-time rendering we've seen so far. It's like almost a perfect execution of what DLSS wanted to be all the time, and now basically it's, you know, you have a version of that allows you to use the performance mode, which is at 4K. For example, it's funny enough, it's like fucking 1080p, and at 1044p the performance mode I think is 720p, and now you can use that with very good image quality. And as always, the higher your base resolution, the better. I think in general DLSS still works. But yeah, this is using, as you can see, we're using the performance model, no frame generation, because this frame generation on the 4000 series sucks because of frame pacing. Never gonna touch that shit again. Yeah, until maybe the 5090 or something, which, because of the power connection issues and the availability, might or might not happen in next few months. Depends also on the release on the Ryzen CPU and the availability to build a complete system out of it. Yeah, but basically, it looks fucking insane. Like really, 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 the transformer model is like by far the biggest leap. And the biggest thing basically, which we'll see in the hardware unboxed video too, is the way it gets rid of TAA blur in at least some games, right? Where the game doesn't have a TAA implementation over the implementation the game already has. Yeah, it definitely is amazing, and I'm so impressed. I'm so happy that finally we're getting rid of TAA blur. When like the first game I used it in was Returnal, and I instantly noticed the visual clarity in motion. It just makes it look like you're playing at such a high resolution. The better than the native quality is not a joke anymore. So if you're a person that has been avoiding DLSS for whatever reason in the quality mode so far, now let it be known that you can even use the performance modes and get better than native image quality, like best in class temporal anti-aliasing. Nothing comes close to this, right? If you're a purist that really doesn't use upscalers, you're doing it wrong these days, because it looks better than native. It's not a joke. It looks better than native. It's this is one of the marketing gags, I guess, that that historically have like emerged from NVIDIA telling that way too soon when DLSS still had a lot of significant issues. They were like, yeah, better than native. In theory, sometimes yes. Now, 99% of the time, it is just better. And it is amazing. So as shit as the 50,000 series availability is, and the burning cables, the missing ROPs and all those things, that's all shit, right? But don't forget, this is backwards compatible to all your GPUs, unlike AMD's newest GPUs, FSR4, which is not backwards compatible to older GPUs. So don't forget this. This transformer model runs on all of your old GPUs. Yes, at a slightly higher cost, but at such high image quality that you can lower your resolution, which leads to improved visual to performance ratio. So you're getting this up to the 2000 series. RTX 2000 Plus is getting the transformer model. This is not an exclusive 5000 series or 4000 series feature, unlike the multi-frame gen. It is for everyone. It's amazing. It's like you really have to differentiate between NVIDIA being shit at launching a new GPU and NVIDIA's software team doing this amazing job with the DLSS transformer model. Yeah, it's like incredible, and it's still the reason why, even with the shit launch and everything, if you can get a moderately priced card that's comparable in raw performance to an AMD card, you should go for NVIDIA 9 times out of 10. Because it's just like so much better. You don't have this, like AMD's always lagging behind, right? I was like, oh cool, they're also going to use the CNN model for FSR4. Finally AI upscaling. Well, there you go. You get the new version of AI upscaling the transformer model based stuff on NVIDIA, and they're again a generation ahead. So yeah, really unfortunate that I can't say that AMD is a competitor when it comes to visual quality, but it's just, no matter how much raw power AMD has versus NVIDIA, even if they had more raw power, they don't have the software technologies to make it, pretty. So it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. It's so important these days. Upscalers are everywhere. Every game uses them. And not having DLSS in your game today is like being an idiot, right? You might say, yeah, but it's like only NVIDIA has it, right? Yeah, the thing is, the market share of AMD is 10%. Intel is roughly 0%. And historically it has been 50-50, like 10 years, 15 years ago, I think it was almost 50-50. Now it's like 90% NVIDIA. So if you add DLSS support, 90% of the player base will be able to get significantly better image quality. So it's not a gimmick anymore, right? And I think that's the best part about the NVIDIA monopoly and all the, I guess, unfortunate monopolies in that sector. The best part about it is basically that the monopoly will push technologies which are really good to almost every game, right? That's why I'm really glad NVIDIA had enough, market power to make it possible for us to get DLSS in almost every single game. Yes, I know. There are a lot of funny games that come out that require it almost because they run so ass, but that is not on NVIDIA. That's just the devs being complete dog shit, right? And relying on this amazing tool because they're too bad for optimization. And Monster Hunter Wilds already it's a game where I'm like on edge because it has 90 on Metacritic, and a lot of people like the series, and you know, it being easy doesn't really matter to me. I don't care too much about difficulty as long as it's fun. And the funny thing is, it runs so shit on lower end PCs. On higher end PCs it seems to be okay, but it makes me, even as someone that has a higher end PC, makes me wonder if I even want to buy it, right? I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not sure. Can I support a game that is so badly optimized, even though I will probably suffer as much because I'm a high end PC? I don't know. Right, I don't have a 5090, I have a 4090, but the 5090, when it comes out, I wouldn't even make that much of a difference, right? So it's like, and also the game recommending frame gen by default, it's just like, I don't know, man. Can I support that badly optimized game, even though I could play it potentially fine? Yeah, I'm really not sure about it, to be honest. So, yeah. Wait, what the fuck? I almost misclicked. Oh, that's cool. Wait, you get like, oh, when you destroy uniques, you get a bunch of upgrade materials. So the game tells you that, but I completely didn't pay attention. Yeah, so I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure if I'm like really interested enough in Monster Hunter to like look over the flaws, even though, you know, I'm kind of like, also, I just came back to Darkest Dungeon 2, and I don't know, just have been enjoying a bunch of games I've been putting off for a long while. So maybe I would also have fun with Wilds unexpectedly, because Worlds was okay, but it was really the controls and everything, just like, I don't know, it just didn't click with me. And the newer one seems to be much more fluid, and yeah, mouse and keyboard seems to be pretty shit, but I would play that on controller anyway, so I don't know. Yeah, and as always, you know, the real problem for me with the 5090 is definitely the ROPS and the burning thing, especially the burning thing. I think that is something inexcusable, and unless there is a confirmation that there's a almost 100% certainty that there is a custom mod that does not have the issue, I'm really waiting on that confirmation, because otherwise I'm not going to be buying the game, right? I'm not going to be buying the game at all. Oh shit, I think he hovered over the ring, and now I don't know. Oh, with pistols and arquebuses. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all if I'll play the game, and yeah. There are a few games that come out they're gonna come out pretty soon. For example, Knights in Tight Spaces is the new game from the Fights in Tight Spaces guys, like the roguelite. Looks really cool. The new game from the It Takes Two guys looks amazing, and you know, still gonna play It Takes Two a little bit the next days, together with Janine and Jessica, and you know, we're just gonna chill there. That's also something I'm gonna play. I'm probably not gonna stream though. I'm not sure. It's always hard for me to get the microphone set up on the couch. This is so far away, and yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if we're gonna stream that one, but I'm definitely gonna play it. Like 99.99%. And I'm gonna play the new game. I forgot what it's called, but the new game from It Takes Two guys, right? Slash A Way Out guys. Yeah, I'll let you know what it's called once I play it, because then I'm gonna hopefully know the name. Okay, so we're like brain AFK exploring the game. You might notice that compared to when I'm not talking, I'm like way worse at exploration. So I'm really gonna try to focus on the game now. It's just like, you know, a little bit of catching up from, you know, tech stuff, and yeah, all the very, very disappointing market. You might be saying, yeah, you know, the burning stuff is shit, the ROPS is shit, like you know, the hardware basically missing performance because of missing hardware, and that's shit, right? But what's really shit is that if you look at the prices, I mean, I have a personal limit. And I decide on that limit. The limit is I'm not going to buy a 5090 over 3,000 euros. I'm not going to buy one. I will not get scalped for a card over 3,000. If the card is 2,700, which is then maybe 200 more than MSRP or some shit, which is a magical number that doesn't exist anyway, so Nvidia's like full of shit, right? It affects also the 5070 Ti and all that stuff. It's so sad. But yeah, in general, my limit is 3,000 euros. And that depends on the model, right? If the model, there are models where I would pay 3,000, like 2,000 something, and there are models where I would only pay like 2,700 or something. So it really depends on the model, right? And I will definitely wait. And there seems to be some kind of indication that their AI chips are not selling as well, that they're on the same manufacturing node. So there might be a lot of stock coming in a few months. So definitely wait if you can before you buy a GPU, because the GPU market at the moment is really, really, really shit. And honestly, if you support that market, you're an idiot. Because you're fucking your future self, right? Because you're going to be paying once and again and again and again. Only if everyone stays, you know, and doesn't buy, the scalping is going to stop, right? So yeah, if you're buy a 5090 for 6,000 euros, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, you might be rich and everything, but you're fucking everyone else, right? If you can afford it, obviously, whatever for you. But at the same time, you are actively fucking everyone else who can barely afford it, maybe, right? So yeah, you're getting, first of all, you're getting ripped off, and second of all, you're like ripping off the market for everyone else, basically. Like you're setting up the market for a very, very rough future. And yeah, you know, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, you know, just like, it's just games, right? I mean, yeah, 49, easy for me to say just wait, right? But honestly, if you can wait. Right there, and don't buy AMD, man. You can obviously, you know what, just buy AMD if you want to. I mean, you know, I would never recommend AMD unless you really know which specific game you're gonna play and how it runs on AMD, right? Because you're not gonna get DLSS, you're not gonna get the transformer model, you're just gonna get a shittier version of the software suite. But if you know exactly what games you're gonna play, and then you can obviously buy AMD. But obviously, buying AMD just for, you know, market share purposes. You know, I think AMD needs customers to remain competitive in the graphics card field, and you know, just like buying it is a good sign for the entire industry. Obviously, you're gonna probably buy an inferior product, but you know, I can't recommend against buying AMD from, you know, standpoint precision. Like if you wanna, you know, be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show Nvidia, I'm not gonna do what they want, I'm gonna buy something that's maybe a bit worse, but I'm gonna support, quote unquote, the good cause or something, right? That's perfectly fine, right? I would never judge anyone for buying AMD at the moment, because there is definitely an issue with the pricing on Nvidia's side, so and the availability. Yeah, for sure, you should definitely buy whatever the fuck you want at the moment. And when something that's not completely overpriced and doesn't rip you off, right? And yeah, that's just my recommendation. And honestly, the 5090, you should really wait for the. I mean, it is a fire hazard, right? We're talking about a fucking fire hazard for a few thousand euros. So, in my opinion, you should definitely try to wait until you know if that's really a thing or not, right? So yeah, you should definitely hold off there for safety reasons. I could never recommend a 5090 at the moment unless you really know that the partner, like the non-Honors edition or non-Nvidia version, has something to protect yourself against it. Yeah, so really, really, really unfortunate situation we're in here, and you know, it's really hard for me to recommend any specific card at the moment, right? You should really just like hope for a good price and know what you are going for. And the only card I really want to recommend is Intel, because Intel you should only buy if you really want to send a signal to the market, right? Because like they still have so many driver issues, and I know it's like it's hard to, how are they gonna start, right? It's really hard to convince people without, you know, going in with the price. They go so low because they know they can't go higher, right? Like the price of Intel is nothing good. It's just like they don't have a choice, right? If you're that bad, basically, you can't go in at the same price. So yeah, that's why I really don't recommend Intel for someone that's serious about like what they want in gaming. And if you don't care and you're like willing to just skip a few games because of it, or you know, you just like you just don't really care, and you just want to support the market, obviously go for Intel, but honestly then go for AMD instead, to be honest. Like Intel is so insignificant. I mean, 3 players would be nice, but having 2 big players would be better. So I don't know, it's like it's really, really hard to recommend any card. If you only care about performance, obviously, like visual quality, Nvidia is unfortunately the best, right? But at the moment, there might not be a way to buy a card at a reasonable price. Yeah, my recommendation is just fucking wait, like, you know, just like wait a few months and pray. Yeah, it sucks, right? It really sucks. It's a horrible situation for everyone, and it's the first time ever that even people that try hard at getting one, on they like really the, you know, the enthusiasts that are willing to pay maybe 100, 200 euros more or something on a high-end card, even those were not able to get one at launch. So the availability is shit anyway, right? So it's not only the market obviously that's shit at the moment, but Nvidia obviously paper launched the living shit out of those cards, and yeah, really unfortunate. Kinda wish we could just, like, you know, go back to... Oh, I'm gonna go right in this board there. I really wish we could kind of go back to just enjoying, you know, PC gaming without having to worry about all that weird shit again. But yeah, it's definitely the worst, one of the worst hardware launches in history, following up the Intel shit, and then the Ryzen 9800 with I forgot the mainboard name. There was a mainboard brand that basically fucked the 9800, but it's mainboard specific, so I guess the CPU in general is fine. But yeah, there's just like so many high-end products that cost a fuck ton of money that are just like in alpha, so it's really annoying. But you know, credit where credit is due. The 4090 hasn't, I mean, my 4090 didn't burn my 4090. My 4090 at least worked as, I would say it's the best component from a performance ratio, maybe, like just like from an average, like it doesn't have any bugs, it just works, right? Like the 4090 for sure is the one card I'm happy with, and everything else I bought for this PC had some issue or another, like literally everything. Some issues are insignificant and small and don't matter to me, but they still exist. So no, there's nothing else that did not have issues, which is so fucking stupid. I can't, like, you pay thousands of euros and you get just trash. It's fucking crazy. And hey Jacques, bro, just got this voice back and started spitting facts. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I wish I wasn't saying facts. I wish it was like high on copium, and the reality was we can all buy a GPU at MSRP, and MSRP is way lower too. That would be great, but yeah, this just sucks, man. You know, honestly, let's be real. Which I think my speakers, my microphone, and my sound interface. My graphics card, my SSD. I'm just really thinking about the, I think my RAM too. Yeah, I think, and the fans, obviously in my case. Okay, so a few components haven't been complete shit, right? With, well, I mean, I guess without bugs that are significant enough to be annoying under certain circumstances, but it's really funny. Every single component I have, I could name an issue. Which is, you know, somehow really relevant. For example, my monitor is amazing, right? It's like really good. I'm really happy with it. I would buy it again every day. But it has an issue where if you turn off power, it will do a high frequency call while noise. The good news is you never have to turn it off because standby is perfectly fine, right? And it also, you know, works perfectly, and you don't have to use power off. But if for whatever reason you have to power it off, it would be really annoying. So depending on your use case, it could be super annoying, right? So that's what I mean, like every single thing just has a small bug or issue, and it's just like fucking annoying. What the fuck? Yeah, sometimes the game does not allow you to climb certain areas because it doesn't want you to come from that area, but here I don't think that should be the case. So sometimes the game just wants you to come from above instead of from below. I think this is not one of those situations. That's so funny. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Chuck. It's so funny that this is an FOV-based issue. You can see it the most when, I think when you slide or something. No, how did you see it again? What's the easy way to see your body? I guess they fixed it or something. They must have, or maybe it's also related to your inventory. Oh yeah, they must have fixed it. Because there was an issue where you can see inside of your body, which is based on the FOV, right? FOV often has view model issues. And yeah, this is obviously just by me trolling around here, like breaking the view model, but it's really funny that the game is kind of insisting on me not taking this pathway here. And also, one of the weirdest visual bugs the game has is like the animals, not the enemies, but just like NPC animals like this here. They have like really, really weird stuttering when they walk around. It's really awkward because nothing else in the game has those issues. Yeah, but otherwise the game really is very, very beautiful and it runs well, right? Like everything cranked, just like not reflections because they look fucking ugly. But really one of the most beautiful games I've played so far. Definitely has very also the visual variety you have is so nice, and just everything is just high quality. Like it just feels like playing a very, very nice game. And what the fuck am I doing here? I think people are starting to realize that the graphics arms race doesn't equal a good game. We may hopefully see a change in the industry trends. I mean, the thing is, right there. The thing is, we're basically at a point where like this is possible, right? Where we have like per pixel geometry, where ray tracing and path tracing is coming along and like creating very, very nice visuals. But the thing is, once those technologies have been established, it will be way, way easier to buy a GPU that runs it well, right? Because we're like in this transitional period where you're going for like a quote-unquote unlimited detail in video games, right? With also very sophisticated lighting models and stuff like that. So we're going from a time where there was a lot of restrictions to a time where there's not a lot of restrictions on the general visuals. And what will happen later is that there will be a lot of like in detail improvements, and I think especially in physics and stuff like that, and like shading and you know how things are shaded, like especially neural shading and stuff like that will be happening. But I don't think it will look drastically different, right? So I think at the moment the problem is that we have an engine like Unreal Engine 5 pushing extreme like visuals and just like barely running on modern hardware, right? But in a few years, the visuals will almost be the same, right? The thing is, sure, you can get more geometry on plans, right? There's still a lot of, I mean, obviously room for improvement. But the thing is, in general, games all look kind of great, right? They just don't run great just yet. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my fucking god, I want to die. Yeah, maybe I just found the least playtested area in the game so far. I have no idea. Yeah, the game was relatively bug-free, but I must say the final area here does seem to have a bit more of a way to find out-of-balance collision issues. Yeah, relative to what I'm used to. It's kind of interesting. And the game also has autosave, but I kind of didn't autosave here, so fuck me. Yeah, you can also press F5 to save manually. I usually don't do that too much. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is we're at an unlucky time where we're trying to push real-time graphics really hard with a lot of new technologies. And that's why it's running really badly. So the thing is, right, a few years ago, the games almost looked the same in some way, but they ran way better because you didn't have all the ray tracing stuff, right? And now we're like at this point where we're seeing like very big in detail improvement and very big like in geometry improvements, but we're also at the same time seeing really, what the fuck is this shit area? Like this area is, I don't really understand what they were going for here, to be honest. Obviously the devs don't want you to go up here. Like, I don't even know why, but they don't want you to. And yeah, so that's the problem, right? We're seeing a lot of advances which are like, and the problem is they're not that impactful often, right? Like ray tracing can look really nice, but also it's like very subtle if you don't know what to look for, right? It gives you a better overall impression and can look really good, but it's not like from a performance to visual ratio, it's not a huge deal, right? It's not, I think geometry does way more for games and like the, you know, global illumination in general than a ray trace global illumination. I think, yeah, of course here you can see, right, with ray trace global illumination, you can, especially during the nighttime, You can see that there's like this really nice glow from the lava going, you know, you can see here like it creates these nice lit scenes from under and stuff like that, right? It's really nice, right? But I don't think it's like as impactful that it's worth your performance in a lot of cases. And that's just where we are at the moment. But in, you know, 5 years, even mid-end or low-end GPUs will be able to handle those things just fine. So I think, you know, it's just like a matter of time until, like, I guess the new way of rendering becomes affordable. And there's, you know, unless we increase resolution significantly or we changed a lot of other things, I don't think there will be that much, you know, there's not that much improvement necessary, I think, right? There's not a lot of technologies. There will be a lot of stuff coming, but it won't be like crazy. It will be crazy stuff, but it won't be crazy from a visual perspective, right? It won't, because this is already so good that a lot of things just won't look better, right? The biggest difference will be probably getting a better monitor or something. You know, if you are still an IPS panel or something. I think we're like really close to, oh, this is, oh, I get it, this tower, we're really close to being basically good enough that most devs will push for those visuals. And you might be wondering, why is that, right? Why won't we see that much of an improvement? And the reality just is that, you know, it takes a lot of time to make these games. The reason why I was so surprised that this game is this pretty is because it takes a fuck ton of artist work to make this happen, right? It's like really a lot of work, and you usually only see that in really AAA games, right? And that is why it's kind of interesting that we're going to see a lot of games, just, you know, not care about visuals as much anymore, right? Even a AAA game might opt for lower end visuals at some point. I mean, I guess Monster Hunter, the new one, is a perfect example, right? It looks pretty shit for what it runs like, right? It should run with probably hundreds of FPS on, I mean, I guess like maybe 200 FPS on a 4090 or something, because it looks really bland, just not technically, but it doesn't, right? It runs like shit. So the funny thing is we'll see a lot of games that probably will look pretty mid and run pretty bad during you know, during the time, because it's like, it's basically very time intensive to optimize. And here you can see like these, it's kind of visually not that nice, but it's a late game area, and I guess they just like, relative to the other areas, they haven't play tested it as much, something. And I'm also doing okay. I just don't have the possibility to speak without coughing every now and then, unfortunately. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Yeah, so basically, soon we'll not have those issues, and the engines are gonna evolve, right? Because Unreal Engine is doing so much new stuff. It's obvious that a lot of stuff is not optimized, right? The denoisers are not good. There's just like so much optimization missing because they're just going for visuals. And I think in some games, right, this for example, it looks really good for what it runs. I think this is a perfectly reasonable game, but it's a rare Unreal Engine game that's not complete dog shit, right? It's really rare these days to have an Unreal Engine 5 game not run like complete ass. So it's like, there's no, I mean, for me, there's not a lot of noticeable stuttering, and, you know, I think it's just like really a nice game. So yeah, if games would look like this, all games were like this with Unreal Engine 5, I would not have a single issue with the engine, right? But the reality is, it's not like that. And also we're seeing like games and engines which, so you know, right, the RE engine, which is used for Monster Hunter, is a really good engine. Like if you look at Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil Village, they all ran really well and looked really great. But for whatever reason, in Monster Hunter, it doesn't look great. It doesn't run well. So whatever the reason, the engine is used there in a bad way, right? It's not the engine that's bad, but it's probably the way it's used. So it's kind of really interesting. And that's why I have hope for the game, because the RE engine definitely can deliver good visuals to performance ratio. And yeah, I don't know what went wrong with development, but they just need help from, you know, the other teams, I guess. Right, it's called the Resident Evil engine, so they should just probably get the tech guys over there and just help the devs. I'm pretty sure the Capcom is so big that they don't have enough crosstalk between different dev teams, and I think what they really need is just help, right? They just need help from the engine creators to make it run better. Also, allegedly, there are like tech issues with the new Night Rain game, but the thing is, since I don't want to get spoiled too much about the gameplay there, I have not watched the videos, but I really hope the netcode is at least better than the base game. So yeah, obviously when we're going to play Night Rain, I'm going to be very, very, you know, I'm going to let you know if I think if it's an okay technical game. It's not going to look amazing, right? Elden Ring didn't look amazing. Elden Ring had really good art style, but I think Elden Ring is a technical failure, right? Especially the launch version was very, very bad, but also to this day, like the implementation of ray tracing is pathetic. It's like just like the 60 FPS log, the problem with input lag when you're like using full screen. It's a horrible game. Like, it's a horrible game from a technical perspective, but the art style is nice. So you know, I'm not expecting wonders from Night Rain, but I'm definitely expecting quite the significant improvements in you know, the important departments like netcode. A netcode like in Elden Ring would be absolutely unacceptable, and I really, really hope they fix it. So I don't know, I'll see. I haven't played obviously the network test because, you know, I didn't apply for it, and I honestly don't care about it too, because I don't usually play demos and betas and stuff like that for games I'm going to play anyway, because, you know, I'm already convinced I'm going to play them, and I'd rather keep it fresh for the original launch. Yeah, so that's basically the idea. The game might have tech issues, but I don't know what they are because I don't want to get spoiled. Right? So it's kind of stupid, but yeah. Just hope they fix it until launch if it's something very significant. What am I doing? I don't know. I still want to kind of go back up to the mountain to get the, you know, get the thing I missed. It's a really, by the way, the game when I was playing off stream is really fun to explore, but I kind of get the feeling it's a terrible autopilot game. Like, it's a game where you really have to remember what you have explored, and it, you know, it's like, it's designed to, you know, for you to be mindful about it. It's not full of markers. It's not like game, you know, just like tells you go here, go there. You know, you're exploring on your own pace. And I think as a result, what can happen is that you can wander in circles for a long time, missing a lot of stuff too, because the object density and the secret density is very, very high. Like, it's very, very easy to miss something even though you already explored the area, and that's something I really like. I think they really did a good job with that, right? You never feel like an area is there and there's nothing. Now you could argue that a lot of things you get in the game are not valuable, right? The game has a lot of like artificial, I guess, leveling inflation, the way that, you know, you progress through your item tiers and everything. It's more of a Elden Ring-like stat upgrade that is expected and needed to play the game than it's like a real, oh, I got something, you know, I got an upgrade for something. So most of the materials are just like side grades, a bit like in the Souls game. You can use them, can't use them, and you get a bunch of materials for one significant upgrade then that progresses you forward in your power level. And I don't think that's the most rewarding system. It's not like you're finding interesting loot left and right. You know, for a lot of builds, it seems to be very... I'm not going to go back up. I think we did an okay job at being up there, hopefully. It's still kind of awkward, right? Because you can obviously tell these are ledges that are meant to be climbed. Right? It's visually apparent that this is something that Des wanted you to grab onto to go up here. But I'm not quite sure if they didn't finish this area or something, because everything in the game so far that was not this area didn't have any of those issues where you know, you go up somewhere and it feels like there should be something there, but there's nothing there, right? In this case, for example, you go up here and... Oh, there is something. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. Maybe I missed that the last time. Yeah, so there's always something, right? So there's always a reason for something to exist. There's no place in the game that exists just for the sake of existing. And that's very gamey, I guess, right? Like, everywhere there's a secret, but I think it works well. It gives you a reason to really explore the world and take your time and, you know, look around and chill. Yeah, I think it's fun, right? And the dialogue and the story. I mean, there's one part I don't really like too much, and it's unfortunately a very integral part of the game. It's basically the voice acting of the god that's inside of you. Like the, what's called Sadal or whatever, I've forgotten the name. But the thing is, basically, I don't like the voice acting. It's good voice acting, right? It's a personal preference. I don't like this type of person when they speak. I think it's a very unpleasant listening experience. And it's not that I don't like what they're trying to do with it. I think it works in the context of the character they're portraying, but I still think it's not fun to listen to. Right? It's like I'm listening to a dialogue that kind of I don't give a shit about, and I don't think there's any like emotional connection to the person. And I think if they changed that, I think I would have had way more fun with the main story, like background stuff. Because I think the way the game handles side quests and integrates them into the main story and everything is really good. To be honest, it's really nice. The way your actions have impact and people react to that, and you know, it's just like nice. It feels good. But what doesn't feel good, I think, is the complete absence, you know, of like engaging voice acting with that one character. I'll let you know when you see it. And also the visuals of my main character she looks like shit, right? But I didn't see that in character creation. The initial creation of the character is like really bad. Like I have no idea. Compared to the rest of the game, it looks really badly done. And also I think the UI is not really pretty. I mean, I got used to it, but I think it's one of those games that has a really ugly UI. It's functional, but really ugly. And yeah, you get used to it, but still I think it's kind of awkward, to be honest. I don't know. Everything else is so nicely made, and then you have this very bland and ugly UI, and I don't know. This is kind of weird. Yeah, and also, oh yeah, ranged combat, right? Because we started off as a ranger, and thank God you can respec.
Who are you, spirit? The plague's corrupted the rest of us. The steel garrote. Our minds. Broken. I won't let it take me. I'll keep my sanity. You're not real. You can't be. No. Go away, spirit.
Do this.
Cries at the pain of the hair. The justice of the wild.
Go away. Oh, I know you're not real. I'll stop you if I must.
Yeah, and unfortunately my character turned out like fucking ugly as a result, and yeah, the character creation is really not strong. And the UI work also isn't. It's kind of weird, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's by far my least favorite part of the game is the like the UI and this one character. Like, I don't know, it's just like, yeah, if that wasn't there, I would probably give the game, I mean, I would still probably give it an 8 because it's not that much of the game, but yeah, it definitely would have made me feel even better about the game for sure.
You'll hurt me? God, please. Before this, I was a farmhand. I'm wheat. No more dangerous than wheat. What was that prayer Ludwig taught us to banish the visions? Fearsome Woodica, by your withering gaze, I bind this tricksome devil. Oh, God, it's still there. I see the canopy of a tree inside your soul. No, stop looking at me. I don't want to see it.
I wish I could say he isn't too far gone, but we both know better.
Yeah, so, oh my god. Thank God you don't see your character often like that. It's cool that your companions have like commentary on the game, and I guess it kind of gives it replay value if you take along different people. They will have different commentary for situations. But I don't think for me personally, it's a game I will be replaying. It's enjoyable once, but I don't think it's like the moment to moment is something I would do again, right? Like the way I explore the world and everything, that's for me, it's like a one-time thing. And I don't think the gameplay itself is engaging enough for me to be like, oh yeah, just on gameplay merit, I will play it again. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I want to talk about range combat. There's one thing that ruins the range combat. And it's the fact that they put the HP bars too low and you can't see where you're aiming. It's almost comical. Like, I don't know how that can happen, right? How can you playtest? Everything else works fine, right, in the combat system. But this one thing, the UI again, like, it gets in your way of aiming, and it's just like almost impossible to play ranged and have really fun with it. It feels really clunky and weird. And then when you go for melee, you're suddenly, wait, this is not clunky at all. And I can see what I'm doing. So it's kind of weird. They really fucked up there. They need to fix that. Just like put the HP bars above the characters so you can see where you're aiming. Or let them even, honestly, or let them turn the, maybe let people turn them off or something if they don't want it. Because it's kind of weird, yeah. The game doesn't have a lot of UI options in general. Yeah, UI definitely the weakest part of the game for me.
So what's the plan? Because I don't love the way he's looking at us.
The ruiner, the rival, the seed of the poisonous tree. She said, she commanded me, the closer she draws us to the wood, the worse the visions become. Leaves and chains, roots and rot. When I close my eyes and when I wake, they never go away. Make them go away. The Queen receives petitioners from atop her burning throne. The Queen and she.
Have you spoken to Kostya? Or maybe one of his agents?
They're grubs in the dirt. Wriggling things. Nothing to her but feed for the journey to the wood. None shall pass, she said. None but she and the Queen that was and always will be. Wodika, bind you, villain.
Oh, big mistake. I love it.
Yeah, the parry system is kind of nice. I like the base feeling of the game for sure. Right, it's fun to just knock people around and shit on them. It's not very deep, and I don't think it's just, you know, like it evolves enough during your progression to, you know, be like, oh yeah, this is, I would do this for hours on end, but it's definitely fun. So I think the melee combat for sure is nice. I haven't played the magic system. Kinda don't know if it would be fun or not, to be honest. Depends on how it's implemented, but yeah, I don't know. Just I kind of felt like initially playing ranged, but then, you know, just going melee kind of felt fun. And you also have a stealth system, and honestly it seems pretty strong. So if you want to go for invis builds and stuff like that would also work. Also saw when watching a bit of Carnage play the game, he had like a dual wield build, which also kind of looks nice. But you know, I kind of like the big bonk hammer. Also really appreciate that the game has you know, this option of like disassembling weapons even mid combat wherever you are, and that just, you know, makes it very, very easy to you know, never have to worry about your weight limit too much, at least, you know, when you have a bit of strength on your character. Yeah, I think the weight, again, in general, you know, let's be real, like the stats in this stat system is very simplistic. And it does its job, but it's not like mega engaging, right? It's not like, oh my god, I got a new stat point, now I can do something amazing or something. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. And also your companions, right? They all fight mostly autonomously, and you know, it's just, they're nice to have around. They're not annoying or anything. Not like you have to babysit them or anything. Yeah, I also went bouldering the day before yesterday for the first time in a long time, and I'm still really weak. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, just like having 2 colds and one like very severe one after another, it's like obviously not great. So my body's still kind of weak, so you might even, I mean, you definitely can hear it, right? I don't have as much energy they normally have when talking, so yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's also the reason why I waited really long until I streamed again, because I know I can't shut up, so yeah, I didn't want to, you know, like prolong my weakness to an even larger degree. Yeah, you can animation. This is, by the way, really interesting. You can animation cancel sometimes by right-clicking, so you get out of the swinging animations. Yeah, it's really fun to just knock them around. I think it's, you know, it's a really primitive but, you know, functional combat system. And as you can tell, I have like 68 HP potions, which I think is pretty high, because my build relies on very little healing items. So there is a very sophisticated healing and crafting. Also, there's a very extensive healing system tied to food beyond like HP potions. But the thing is, I usually like to, you know, min-max efficiency. And so basically I try to do a build where I don't have to rely on healing items for normal combat, only for like difficult encounters. As you can see, this is basically the result of it, right? You can see that my entire like combat system here revolves around me being able to sustain a little bit of damage without having to heal. I guess the one skill that makes that possible is first of all the companion having the heal, but also you know, parrying is also kind of nice. But yeah, the one that is I think really OP and good in a good way is this one, right? That you recover 100% of the last damage you take. The idea was initially to have that for ranged combat, but transitioning to melee, you can see it's still really good and really enables you know, being able to only rely on very limited healing. Yeah, also a lot of items in general, which are just like, you know, kind of nice. And this one with 100% stamina regen really works well with the hammer, because with other, you know, like the one-handed weapons, stamina is not as big of an issue. But with the hammer, like one combo almost completes your entire stamina. And I think it really, like the boots here come in clutch. And also that you have transmogrification is nice. Obviously my character doesn't look that great. You know, I just transmogrified something that didn't that doesn't look like complete shit, but since the character doesn't look as visually pleasing to me, and I didn't, you know, I should have, you know, redone the character creation. I didn't know it looked that bad, but at the point, I think it's kind of weird, right? You can respec everything, but you can change your appearance later in the game, which from a story perspective makes sense, but it's just like, you know, I don't know, just like give me the option to redo it. It's a single player game. It's like, who cares? If I don't like the visuals, I want to change them up or something, or, you know, just like get a new haircut or something. I kind of find it awkward that, you know, we're like relying on that being tied to character creation at the start. Yeah, it's a video game. It's like, you know, everything is like so changeable in the game, and having your visuals fixed is kind of annoying, to be honest. Yeah, because it really prevented me from ever building a lot of, you know, a connection to my character itself, because she just looks, I mean, she doesn't look bad, but she doesn't look at all like I would want her to look, right? So yeah, you can also use like explosive stuff, and the game is like kind of awkwardly balanced, so some things in the game will like have this extreme damage spikes where you can just get like one-tapped, which is really funny. Yeah, so it's kind of, I mean, also I don't have any vitality, right? So I'm playing literally a glass cannon build. This is as glass cannon as you can get. But it's really funny that it works. Because as you can see, right, the healing here really kicks in and helps us. We also have like this dash and stuff like that and abilities. But I think most of the abilities are not worth the points investments at the start. I mean, the invisibility ability is kind of nice, and you can see you have a 448 magic potions here, because I never use magic, right? I just like use bonk and hit the enemies, but it's fun, right? It works really well, and also we didn't die for like a very long time in the game, and then obviously in the late game there are a few enemies, especially the burning ones, that can just like, you know, they can cheese you out of your second wind mechanic. Yeah, that's also one of the things I kind of dislike, is the fact that the second wind mechanic is buggy. It will sometimes not proc, and especially with the glass cannon build, it can lead to these awkward situations where you're like, you know, you don't want to use your healing because you know that you have a second wind available. But yeah, it's kind of weird. And also the dodge interestingly enough, I think is not that valuable. What the fuck did you just do? Yeah, so at first I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go for a dodge related build, but it kind of turns out that, you know, just like, parrying is really good against a lot of things. You can also parry projectiles, but I haven't learned that, so. Yeah, I don't think this is the most OP build in the game. It's just a very, you know, like relaxed build where you don't have to worry too much about healing, and you know, you can just go without like min-maxing stuff basically. Yeah, I would definitely say it's a good build though. I don't think it's a bad build by any means. Interesting. Yeah, sorry for the coughing. Yeah, also we still have Kena Bridge of Shadows, which I stopped playing because I was feeling so bad. I could not play a game that is even moderately challenging. I was counting the hours until I could go to bed again. It was real. I don't have that a lot usually. Even if I'm ill, I usually play games and chill, but I was so fucking done, man. Like I don't like sleeping during the day when I'm ill, because then, you know, your night sleep is worse. And I think overall I try to keep my rhythm, but I really struggled to, you know, not just like lie down and do nothing the entire day. Yeah, but Kena Bridge of Spirits was definitely not in the cards anymore. For sure was a too hard of an experience for my weaker self. And now, you know, I'm just like in this game and want to finish it, because it's one of those games where I enjoyed when I play it, but I don't have a lot of draw to turn it back on. I don't know if you know what I mean. There's some games where you're like constantly thinking about, you can't wait to put them back on, and then there are games that are enjoyable when you play them, but they don't have a lot of draw, right? Where you go like, oh yeah, I really want to, you know, come home and play this game right away. So it's like more of a, you know, when you turn it on, it's fun, but yeah, the draw to turn it on is not huge, right? It's kind of hard to explain, right? It's one of those games where I always enjoy playing it, but I don't have a lot of inertia to getting going. So that's why I don't want to stop playing it, because once I play another game, I think it's going to be really like my brain's just going to forget about this game. Not because it's a bad game by any means. I think it's a good game. And it's on Game Pass, and I really recommend you play it if you like this type of game. And this type of game is not immersive sim, it's an action, story-driven action RPG, right? Very important. This is the type of game it is. And yeah, I think it's like a very, very good game, and I think a lot of people will have a great time with it. And yeah, so definitely recommend it. Yeah, for sure. Right? I think there's a lot of negativity, and again, like, I haven't watched the videos because I didn't want to spoil the game at that point, but I will probably watch them afterwards. There's a lot of negativity from the people that, you know, wanted a different type or expected a different type of game, and, you know, just like a lot of content creators like Asmongold just like snowballing on top of it. And I don't know, it's just like people dogpiling on a good game because it's not the game they expected. It's kind of, it's fair but also really stupid if you're a content creator, right? If you're like, oh, for me, Avowed was a buggy, unplayable mess. Man, obviously it's not buggy, it's perfectly playable. And you're right, like these clickbaity, and I mean, they might, since I haven't watched the video, they might have fair points, but I think it's a disingenuous, you know, review of the general opinion most people will have when playing the game. I think it really, really hurts the game having all this fucking negativity around it, and yeah, it's kind of sad. I think this is a perfectly good game that a lot of people would enjoy if they played it. And just like, you know, the online perception, I mean, it has an 81 or something on Metacritic, so it's like the critics like the game, right? But I think a lot of people are just being over cynical because they're like, oh, look, in Skyrim I could do this. Oh, when I stole something in Morrowind, people were mad. And you're like, yeah, obviously those systems are not in the game, but do they need to be in the game? No. The same logic is like if I go play Diablo 4, I'm not gonna be like complaining, you know, oh, in Diablo 4 if I steal an item, people are not gonna be mad at me? What? Right? Like, obviously not, because it's fucking Diablo, and this is obviously a very, very action-driven, you know, very, very action-focused game. So I have no idea why you would go into this game expecting anything but you know what you're getting. So I don't know. It's like just because the visuals, I guess, are different, right? People just like judge the game based on appearances, and they don't judge it based on the gameplay they saw. So yeah, it's kind of really unfortunate because I think that really hurt the game's impression for some people. And obviously, it's really important to realize that it's not Skyrim and it's not Morrowind, it's not an immersive sim, and you shouldn't buy it for that, right? Obviously, some people want those games and they want like, oh my god, the next Skyrim, right? Which this game is not, right? It's not the next Skyrim, right? It's a fantastic, this is a good game. I wouldn't say fantastic, maybe, but it's a really good game, but it's not the next Skyrim because it doesn't want to be, right? So that's really what you have to realize. And people shitting on the game for their false expectations is really unfortunate. It doesn't happen a lot, actually. There are not a lot of games that come out that are like, oh my god, I expect a completely different game out of this, just based on, you know, visuals and perspective, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't happen that often, and it's really sad that it happened to this game because I think, you know, it's such a high production value game too from a asset perspective that I'm like, you can tell people fucking gave a shit. Right? This is not a money grab, just like thrown together without anybody caring. You can really tell whoever made this game, you know, they really cared about it, right? So it's really, I mean, Obsidian obviously made it, but you know, and that's why I'm really a bit sad about this, because I think the game is really getting a lot of flack it doesn't deserve. It's like you're buying Sims, right? It's a top-down management game, and you're complaining that it doesn't play like Diablo because it's like top-down and you control the character. Or I don't know, you buy what is a good example? I don't know. I don't know. I guess you buy Fortnite. It's like it's really hard. Just like you buy a game, you expect a completely different. Like it's like I don't know. You buy Call of Duty and you expect it to play like Doom Eternal or something, right? It's just like. I don't know, it's like really a lot of games just like don't have that issue, right? Because people don't expect that. And I had no expectations whatsoever going into this game, right? Because it's on Game Pass. I just thought, you know what, I like Obsidian games. I think this type of game, you know, from a combat system and exploration system is up my alley. You know, I think it's going to be fun for me. And I was completely right about that, but I had no expectations, right? It's not like, oh my god, I expect the biggest, most complex simulated open world game. And right, so I think it's like if you go into play this game and then you play Kingdom Come Deliverance and you're like, wait, why is the game so fucking annoying about everything, right? Why does it simulate how I have to sharpen my blade? I just want to kill stuff, right? You could go the other way around too. So it's like having wrong expectations and then blaming the game for it, I think is not fair, right? If the game does well what it wants to do. It's just like, it's important to realize what a game is, right? It's important that we talk about it, but it's not fair to criticize the game for things it isn't, right? Because it doesn't want to be. I think it's stupid, right? It's good to know for like purchase decision. You know, I'm not getting Skyrim 2, I'm not getting Morrowind, but you're getting exactly this action-driven, story-driven action RPG with first person. A lot of cool exploration and looting and stuff like that. You know, it's fun. But you're not getting fucking Skyrim. And I think it's really, and it's also not an open world game, by the way. It's like a very linear, it's like open world sections in the game you can freely explore, but they're linearly, you know, there's like sequentially ordered, so you can't really go wherever you want. So it's also not that, right? It's not even an open world game. But I think it's very, you know, important to realize that is what it is, and you should only play and buy it or like try it out on Game Pass if you care about that game. But you should not, you know, shit on it for it, right? I'm not gonna go and shit on Monster Hunter Wilds because, oh, it's not a Souls-like, right? I'm not gonna do that. It wants to be its own game and has its own gameplay loop, and that's perfectly fine. I can like or not like that gameplay loop, but I'm not gonna say it's shit because it's not a Souls-like, right? And that's why I think I'm really a bit sad, you know, that like the fucking clickbait, content creation, and easy shit on something. Haha, look at how. I just don't know, right? If I would be such a content creator that does these type of videos, I don't know. I just think it's bringing out the worst in, you know, gaming communities. Just like hating on stuff for no reason. Right? If I ever do that, you know, if I can personally dislike something, but if I just generally hate on something for the sake of hating on something, please just like let me know. Hey, you're being a bitch, right? Please let me know, because I don't want to be a bitch, right? I might be a bitch on a personal level, but if I generalize and just like, shit talk a game for something I don't, I'm like, oh yeah, this is shit because XYZ and it doesn't even want to be that, right? If I ever play, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance and I shit talk it for being slow and immersive sim like, while knowing it wants to be that, right? I can say I dislike that, but I shouldn't be shit talking the game, right? So whenever we play Kingdom Come Deliverance, which will probably happen at some point, I might dislike it because who knows, right? I never played it, but I'm not gonna generally shit on it for sure. From what I've seen so far, it looks like a very fun game if you're into that type of game. And I always, try to remind you everything is obviously subjective, but I do try to present games fairly, right? I might hate a game, but if I see it's a really good game for certain types of people, I will always let you know. I think it's a fantastic game, but maybe not for me. Some games are just plain shit, obviously, for most people, but that's not what I mean, right? There's games I will dislike on the channel a bit more maybe, and then I'm always like, yeah, it's not for me, but I'm pretty sure that XYZ will like it, right? Yeah, but some games in general I think it might just be bad, right? But for example, Soldiers or something is just a shit game.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come.
But didn't we just recently play a very, very bad game on stream? I can't remember which one it was. I think we played one that I really personally disliked. Oh yeah, Wukong, I personally disliked. I can see people liking Wukong, but it's just not up to my standard for this genre of game. I just don't think Wukong, like, it's so far from, it's not terrible, right? It's so far from good for me that I really but see, that's what I mean. I really shit on that game, but from my perspective, right? I didn't generally say nobody's gonna have fun with Wukong. I said I don't like XYZ and this is for me is bad, right? And so I shit a lot on the game, but I think for very objective reasons. So for example, like the level design, the way they did invisible walls and everything, that's objectively shit, right? Even if some people will not mind that and still enjoy the game, there's so much objective shit in the game that, for me, it's like, they even make the fucking joke when going on stage for getting their award at the Game Awards with the invisible walls. I mean, at first I was like, oh, they're aware, right? They know. But then they made a joke about their game not being hard, haha, but being like, oh yeah, it is hard, but it's haha, it's not hard. But the thing is, it's not hard. So I was kind of like, wait, do you really think you made a hard game? I don't quite know, right? On the one hand, you understand that there are invisible walls, which is pretty easy to understand. But on the other hand, you think you made a hard game, which you didn't. So it's kind of, I don't know. I kind of feel like the game direction there is kind of weird. And we'll know, I guess, with Wukong 2 or whatever they're going to make, if it's going to be good or not. So, yeah, kind of very curious to see what it is. And since it's maybe going to be on Game Pass, no idea. We're going to see, right? We're going to see. And a lot of good games coming on Game Pass. I mean, good, bigger games coming on Game Pass recently again. So, Microsoft kind of giving up the console wars for the sake of, like being there with Game Pass and just like putting their games on all platforms. I think it's kind of nice. It's really pro-consumer, even, obviously they're kind of forced to, but it doesn't matter. I think them being a software-first company, it's kind of nice. I mean, it gets like Windows, you could say, but the thing is, it really helps gaming, right? If you get all the Xbox exclusives on PlayStation and they're not exclusives anymore, and then there are still the, I guess, PlayStation exclusives, you could say, yeah, then you only have a reason to buy a PlayStation, I guess, as a console. You could argue that's true, but the reality is, the real winner, I guess, is like PC, because you're getting PlayStation and Xbox exclusives, right? Like PC gaming is winning, as long as we can afford the hardware to play it on. But yeah, like the software side is really winning. Like, there's no denying that PC is the way to play once you have the hardware. Unless you don't care about annoying stuff. I always say that, right? Because I'm a PC gamer and I've been gaming for over 30 years on PC, and I know my shit, and even I get annoyed as fuck sometimes by problems that shouldn't exist, and they can cost you time and be annoying. So just having a simple console, I can get the appeal for sure, right? So yeah, if you really want a seamless experience that is not optimal from a performance perspective, you can get a console, right? And it's also probably a bit cheaper getting the hardware. But if you want to play tons of games and like the software cost is really relevant and you don't mind, you know, getting a bit into tech, then PC gaming is great. But if you really don't want to deal with tech, PC gaming is horrible. It's so annoying to do PC gaming with if you don't care at all about tech or have a person that can help you. Yeah, it's like, obviously everyone that I'm affiliated with, I can easily help with problems. So that's why there's usually, you know, it's like an easy mode, right? For example, for my girlfriend or whatever, she doesn't have to deal with anything, I just do it, right? And, but I can really see that being a problem for someone that just wants to play games after work and doesn't give a shit about another broken game, another problem, right? Another setting up the game properly, understanding the option menu, updating your drivers manually, like, you know, just like fixing software and hardware bugs. Yeah, I can get that, right? Obviously. And you should only get into it if you care about that as a hobby too, right? If you're having fun doing it, because I have fun building PCs. Obviously, troubleshooting stuff can be really annoying, but I still enjoy it to some degree, right? And if I wouldn't, I would not be playing on PC. I mean, sure, after a few hours it can get fucking annoying, but that happens rarely. Unless you have an Intel CPU and you're amongst the first to find an issue that is so big that it will be one of the worst issues Intel has ever seen. It's so funny, we were among the first people live having this issue. So funny, man. And yeah, just like the evolution of like it was so hard to even think about that being the CPU at the time. It's so funny. And how, I mean, I guess annoying too. That was one of the worst issues I've ever had, I think, with the PC. To this day, it obviously haunts this PC, but it's crazy.
I don't know. They caught me. They said they had questions. Then they stopped making sense. Just nonsense.
Looks like the Dream Scourge has come to the Tusks.
Please. There is a friend of mine hiding in the summit. You have to help me before it's too late.
Okay.
If we want to help, darling.
He wants help with something. Cool. The Steel Road. You also have sneaking arms, but like I said, I don't play stealth, so I can't judge the game at all for the stealth systems. I would assume that they're like as minimalistic as the other systems are, but I would assume they're functional too. So yeah, we're also playing on the highest difficulty, so whenever, you know, you see me like die a few times or something, or like get shit on, I just remember that like there are a bunch, I think there are like 4 or 5 difficulty settings. And you can play the game in a very, very casual way too, so... And for me, this is casual, right? It's not like I'm like try-harding while playing the game, so... For me, this is the very... I mean, the one fight we did, I think, last time on stream, that was really difficult. Like, I think I would almost say it's bullshit level, but... yeah, but in general, I think, you know, it's like a very casual and enjoyable experience. Yeah, and I think ranged is, by the way, is even easier than melee, I think. Like, ranged combat seems incredibly OP. On him. Yeah, it's kind of funny that they put the second wind mechanic in there, because without the second wind mechanic, the game would have become, I think, really annoying. Because there are a lot of situations where you can get like one shot or like killed in an awkward way and on the highest difficulty. And I think really having that mechanic makes it really casual and fun, but without that it would have become very annoying in some fights. And also you would have to overuse healing, you can like just rely on regenerate. I think it really, really helps the game. So whoever made the call to put a second wind system in the game, you really, I guess, saved the game flow. Yeah, because of that decision alone, the game feels very, very nice to play, I think. Yeah, kind of interesting, right? You wouldn't expect a second wind mechanic of this type of game, but it being in the game, really good. Really, really good. Because it really like it smooths out like difficulty spikes, which would be very, very present in the game. Also, you have like this very you have a lot of like ranged throwing weapons things in the game, right? There's like a bunch of stuff basically you can get. Can I talk to her here? The game tells you when the NPCs want to talk, but it's kind of funny because yeah, they also sometimes just like despawn. But you know what? It's like as I always say, fuck realism, fuck immersion. Just prevent the NPCs from being annoying from a bugginess, right? It's like the reason why NPCs in the past were annoying to manage was for two reasons. One of the reasons was pathfinding. They could get stuck and were like incredibly annoying, and you needed to get them unstuck and follow you. So a solution was obviously to TP them. And the other one was that they had very little HP and were like mega hard to babysit. And in this case, them dying, they can just respawn, you can revive them, right? That solved the issue. Some games solve it by giving your companions infinite amount of HP. And I think that is a bad solution, to be honest. Like infinite amounts of HP is just like, yeah, I'm lazy. I don't care about, designing it in a good way. But I think the, a higher HP pool for sure is nice. And being able to revive them, right? Like not dying, like them dying, like ending your game was so annoying. And that was such a common thing too in the past. Like so funny that like for whatever reason game devs were like convinced that we're like convinced that it's gonna be a good idea to fail the game. Oh yeah, like the really annoying things in the game from a damage perspective are definitely poison and fire effects. They're very, very strong. It's kind of really interesting to see, to be honest, like how OP they are. And kind of only for you, not really for you, but for the enemies. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. And also the weapon variety is not insane, but what's kind of annoying is that the unique weapons, which are really cool, some weapon types, like for example this one I had to look up online because I couldn't just, I missed it in where you could get it. And, I was like, I want to use a hammer, but I never found an uncommon hammer. So, like a unique hammer. So I was like really, really annoyed by that. And just missing one of them, I think there might be two in the game, right? It's kind of weird design, because some you can get like really early on, which is kind of also awkward because then you have to invest a bunch of resources into leveling them. But at the same time, they are not worse, So it's like, I don't know, it just like feels really, really awkward to have such a limited, I guess, item pool available. Yeah, so it can really like limit your build variety at the start because you're like really dependent. I mean, it also makes them rare and special, but I think every single item, like every single build basically should have one item you find early on so you can make the build happen, right? So you can use your weapon type and, not just gate it to like a faraway future. Yeah, like I had to play like, I was assume 80% of the game without a hammer as a result, and I wanted to go hammer like pretty early on in the game. So it's kind of unfortunate, but I guess it also makes you use different weapon types. But yeah, I don't think that in general is a good idea, especially since you have like specific talents which are just like completely relying on that. Yeah, and also obviously you can see the looting system, like everything's full of glowing loot, and it's like, I think the glowing part is really important because the game is very detailed, so it's like, I think it would be impossible to make the game without it, but the game also doesn't try to be realistic, right? The game doesn't go like, oh yeah, you're in this, it doesn't go like, oh yeah, you're in this, world, and it tries to be very, very, realistic, and every item is placed in a way that makes sense, and this is like, it gives you a bunch of loot at every possible location, and it works really well. One critique I also have, and I really don't know why they did that, is that every time you go back to camp, you camp over, you spend the night and the day starts again. But the game looks so pretty during nighttime, and you barely get to see nighttime because you always reset the time of day. So you also almost never get the nice morning lights, and you know, there's a lot of lighting situations you will not get, although they're really pretty. So I think my solution would be not to pass time unless you want to at camp. Right, it should be optional, because then you would have a lot of nighttime. Because obviously when you're at camp, the game switches to nighttime. So, yeah, so that's really cool. And I think from an idea, visual perspective, right, that the camp is during nighttime. But I think the game should return you to whatever time you want when leaving camp, so you don't have to play the entire game during a specific time you might or might not enjoy. Maybe I should just move more of the weapons out of my inventory, because the reason why we have this problem is because we're like spending a lot of time we're not moving the stuff, right? For example, like this one I will not use. And I could like disassemble it, and I think that's kind of a stupid idea. I think the idea of finding an item that enables you to upgrade another item, but you don't know if you want to go back to it later, I kind of think most people will have too good to disassemble syndrome there. So I think it's maybe not a good design decision, and you also don't need it for the most part. But wait, where the fuck did they come from? What the fuck? Did we just spawn a bunch of enemies? Yeah, these guys here, like the fire enemies, they're so fucking annoying. Like, these are by far the most annoying enemies in the game. Yeah, I really, like, these enemies are so insane fucking cancer. And then they also spawn smaller versions of each other, and you're like, just like, fuck me, man. Yeah, the smaller versions are okay though, because you can just like, with this build at least, you can one tap them. But the bigger versions are so annoying. And also it feels like you can't parry them, you can't really block them. Like, I mean, maybe you can block them. I don't block in games, right? I don't like that mechanic. This is boring. But whenever it looks like I'm blocking, I'm trying to parry, so don't worry about that. But the thing is, yeah, it's kind of annoying, right? To have an enemy type you don't really know. You can dodge them, but they also spam, and I don't know, this is like my least favorite enemy type. Yeah, enemy variety is also just barely okay. It doesn't really matter too much because it's still fun to fight them, but I do think a few bigger, cooler enemies could have been fun. Just like maybe a big drag, I don't know, just like, I know it's the Well of Pillars of Eternity, but I don't know what type of monsters they have. But I just feel like some sort of, you know, more sophisticated, like bigger, more epic encounters would have been nice too. Yeah, they did reuse the same basic enemies a bit too much sometimes, but it's not a big criticism, it's just like small things, right? They would make the game more epic, I guess. And also having enemies that require different strategies.
Steel Garrote left in a hurry. Either they were 2 steps ahead of us, or running for their lives.
These are Pargrunen books. Just beautiful.
Also, it's a furry game.
From the Steel Garrote. And looks like they're particularly interested in the keep. It must have a deeper meaning.
Oh, and people complain that the game is too woke. Maybe I'm just not sensitive to that stuff, but I don't feel like the game is mega woke. I mean, there's some silly options you can answer here, but no idea. I don't feel like the game is specifically woke or anything. But I don't know. I'm also not one of the people bitching about it constantly. Yeah, but nothing about it annoys me. That's what I'm trying to say. What annoys me most is the voice in my head, which is not really woke. I think it's just annoying.
You'd need powerful magic to hide something like that. And I don't think Solace has any spare archmages running around.
It would have to be underground. A secret tunnel, perhaps. Ludwig must have an informant. There's no other way. We can't allow the Steel Garrote to reach the garden. You are meant to go there, and we are meant to take you.
Oh, the one decision where we killed a bunch of people, that was the only one I wasn't sure you know, maybe the other one could have been nicer. I don't know. It was my companions were very much in favor of it, so I was like, okay. But personally, I think it was one of the most, like, usually I'm very sure what I decide in those games, but sometimes, very rarely, there's a decision where you're like, oh, I don't know. The other one might have been better.
Don't forget the plants and animals. Their souls depend on us as well.
Nothing will keep them safer than taking out the Steel Garrote.
Okay, so we're like, now we found the map basically where we have to go. Yeah, kind of, you know, I kind of think like the biome variety and the way you progress is really nice. I think they really did a good job there. It always feels like you're moving on and you're not like just like rehashing the same things.
She defiles our ground.
Also, you almost never have to quick travel and load.
She is near.
There's just like a bunch of, you know, accessibility. Like, for example, being able to TP to camp and then TPing back where you were. It's just like so nice. They have so many nice features that just make it, you know, more seamless to go around. Also that you have the parkour system, where you can just like, you know, climb stuff. You know, you just like, it feels very nice and modern. But it doesn't feel stiff or anything, so it's...
And who is going to
Yeah.
stop me? The time has come to take the garden.
Orphans will never.
Yesterday, this island suffered in the grip of its own madness. Today, the living lands unites under one flag. One people. One law. One true God.
No! Never again!
Yeah, this is, by the way, really awkward. She shows you what's under the mask to, you know, make a point. And then she's just like, oh yeah, let's just show that I'm a skeleton to everybody else. And you're like, what the fuck? Already it was supposed to be a big secret reveal for the player. But the game kind of ruins that by, you know, just like being like, oh yeah, by the way, everybody else, she doesn't give a shit anymore. Just like she shows it to everybody. And you're like, this makes no sense, right? Why would she show it to everyone? It doesn't make any sense to me, right? But whatever. I quickly have to grab the wireless receiver that's dropped down. Yeah, I really don't like having a wireless keyboard, but the only one that was, I guess, sensible. Okay. so I think we're really close to the end of the game, by the way. I think we've still got a couple of hours maybe left, but not that much from, I guess, what I expect from a story perspective.
Shy envoy! Come!
Huh?
So here you are. Sapadal coaxed you toward the garden, a spider luring a fly to the safety of the web.
Who spins? Who rides? She weaves a trap of steel.
Look at my paladins, envoy. Look what your god has done to us. I should have realized it sooner. The Dream Scourge is Sapadal's weapon. A cudgel to drive us out of the living lands.
Yeah, no, it might be actually.
The evidence is right in front of us.
I don't believe your god could knowingly wield the Dream Scourge. Their mind is broken, with no capacity for malice.
And no capacity for reason either. Like a child playing with their mother's invention. Isn't that right?
You talk too much. The dead should remain silent.
What a pair we make, envoy. Proxies in a war between gods. Your patron versus my faith. A war that ends here and now. The choice is ours. Do we trust our own judgment? Or do we gamble it all on the monster whispering in your ear?
No, I think he deserves a chance to be
You've
free.
seen what they can do in chains. Setting them loose would be a disaster. No matter where we turn, we find the consequences of Sapadal. Plague, blight, madness. The living lands hangs by a thread because mortals cannot live in the shadow of a god, much less one that's lost its mind.
Use whatever brain is left in your skull. Mortals have been here for centuries. It's only gotten worse since you arrived.
Well, this god was quite pleasant up until your steel garrote came in and started setting things on fire.
You and I alone can save the living lands by destroying the unending madness that is Sapadal.
Okay, this is probably the biggest decision you're gonna make.
From her point of view, the answer is obvious. But consider what we know about Sapadal. Or, to be precise, what we don't know. The consequences we've seen are not Sapadal's true nature, but the projections of their tormented mind. Whatever we do, will at least put an end to their imprisonment. Nothing should live in a cage.
I don't know your god all that well, but I know that Ludwig attacked Fior without provocation. I'm in no hurry to trust her opinion.
Our time is short. Choose.
So the thing is, what I don't like is that she's making good points, right? She's a psychopath, but she's making good points. But your companions will never be on her side. So it's always like, if you want to be in favor of your companions and your own, like, you're always biased against her. I think I will set her free though, because I don't think, you know, all we know, I think it's more like we can maybe reason with it. So I think, yeah, it's probably the reason for the Dream Scourge, but I think the solution is probably to argue with it instead of killing it.
Break the bars!
Hear that, you shambling old bag of bones? You decaying cesspit of nightmares?
Oh, that's a big decision. Can't we just talk to them first?
I knew it might come to this. Sapadal has a stronger claim on you than we ever did. Still, I had hoped your wisdom would prevail, if not your loyalty. What a shame to destroy so much potential. You are the key to Sapadal's prison. That isn't your fault. It merely is. And it has to end. Prepare yourself for the beyond.
Yeah, the game usually ends. I don't know what's going on. The game usually ends up with a fight in situations where you're like, we don't have to fight. They're like, no, let's fucking go. And you're like, ah, here we go again. Okay, she has a lot of HP. Usually what you want to do when you fight a boss is you want to check if you want to fight the boss first or the ads, right? It depends on the boss HP. And the game usually has a lot of situations where the boss HP is kind of lowish, so it kind of makes sense to go for the boss first, right? So, oh, I kind of got shit on there. Yo, she's still shitting on me. Yeah, but I'm gonna go for ads because the game usually has something that is like called like HP based ad spawning. So they're like they're just like, you know, certain thresholds where she will spawn a bunch of ads. So I think it's better to kill her ads. I don't even know why they're fighting on her side, to be honest. Like from a logic perspective, they should not be fighting for her, but you know. Yeah, she might just spawn an infinite amount of ads. I have no idea. Maybe she's like Twitch or something. Oh wait, we're burning. I don't know what to do against burning, to be honest. Like, burning is the only status effect where I... Okay, she could shit on us. Yeah, burning... I don't know how to get rid of burning. Like, if there is an item that gets rid of burning. Like, burning is so fucking annoying. Because poison, you can just eat something, but burning, maybe you can. I have to look into it, maybe. Okay, she is also getting attacked by them, so maybe... I don't know, maybe it's not worth going for something like that. Yeah, I mean, what we can do here, this can also TP away. Then she has like these spawning thingies. Oh, I completely got destroyed. The thing is, I'm a bit greedy with attacking. I think you can parry her charge attacks, but... Yeah, I'm not sure, right? It's kind of hard to know if the killing the ads here or the... the boss is better. Considering she's also being attacked by them, I think I'm just gonna go and focus on her a bit. Let's just try one full focus attempt. Okay, these definitely are on her side though. And now we're burning, right? But what exactly cures burning? Like, is there an item that... Like, this one cures poison and bleed. Oh, grog. Wait, really? What the fuck? Okay, that's super OP. That just cures everything. That's interesting. Where is she? Oh my god, I didn't see her. Yo, we backstabbed the living shit out of her. Get fucked on, bitch. Oh no, we reset the stun meter. I kind of don't like the way she TPs away. It's kind of annoying. She's almost dead, so hope she enjoys her afterlife. I guess you can hear her or something. Ah, the targeting is so bad with this. Oh, that's what annoys me. I didn't want to target the guy on the left. You can obviously see I'm aiming at her, but the auto target went for the guy on the left, and then we didn't kill her as a result. And I turned off all the auto targeting you can in the game, like everything, right? There's so much auto targeting, auto advance. I turned it all off and it didn't help. We still targeted the wrong person. Yeah, I think the game definitely could have done with a purely hitbox-based approach. Yo, what the fuck? Yeah, here you can see, right? I'm targeting her, and the game's just like, yeah, but you know, I showed that you're targeting her, but let's just go for the guy next to her instead, because that's, you know, that's cool. Okay, now we know there is food. It's called grog, I think. Oh man, it's so annoying. Like, there's so much shit here. Grog. Here. So this is what we need once she shits on us. Okay, nice. Yeah, sometimes the enemies just die so fast that the entire, like, you can stun them system feels like an afterthought. Oh, I didn't see shit. I didn't see shit because of the fucking fireball. Yeah, I'm bleeding. Am I? I'm bleeding. Yeah, I should not have to go to heal syndrome against the final boss for sure. She kind of got mega stuck in the corner there. Got her. Super plate armor. Now we just have to kill the ass, I think. Should be easy peasy.
Just a minute. Even more coming from the camp.
Okay, I guess the ads just never despawn. It's kind of, yeah, it's really interesting that the game really forces you to fight the ads, and I'm pretty sure if you would die against the ads, we would also have to replay the entire fight again. Yeah, I really should probably learn to parry range stuff, but... See, that's what I mean, we could easily die here. I just have to redo the entire fight, that's so fucking weird. Most games just are like, yeah, you killed the boss, just ignore the fucking brilliant enemies. No, I wanna loot.
Ha! Take that! That'll teach the Steel Garrote to mess with us. Oh, but she is a death guard. Maybe she won't stay dead. That pulse. The pulse that changed everyone. That was from Sapadal. Have they been the source of the Dream Scourge the whole time?
Yes.
All we can do now
It was
is
so
focus on the
obvious
fight.
too.
That's what's important.
That's why I remain pretty neutral with her, and like moderately friendly.
In a knot, the venom drowns us. Save us, please.
Also, they're so fucking annoying. Like, if I have to choose between her and anything else, I would fucking choose anything else. It's like really annoying. Like, if the character was like, you know, the god inside was like nice, but they just sound like some fucking psychopathic moron that doesn't know what reality is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure whatever, whenever I had the choice, when I had to say like, yeah, I'm gonna trust you for sure, or I'm gonna do X, Y, Z, I always went with, you know, I have no idea if I trust you. If you're reasonable, I will do what you say. Yeah, so we're gonna see whether or not okay. We can continue here, but I still think we have a bunch to explore. So I kind of don't think this is the end. I think we're still gonna go to the garden regardless. It's kind of cool also that they have this volcano spouting flames. Yeah, so not too worried about going Going forward here. Like, so many items are just pure, like, complete garbage, where you're like, if I had like 10 ring fingers, okay, but no. Even then, some of them would be a tough sell. Yeah, we're gonna go for the others part here later. So let's just finish this here up. And you know, I'm always the same. The closer I get to the end of the game, the less I care about 100%ing areas, because I'm like, whatever I find, I'm gonna keep for a few hours max. So it doesn't really matter. At the start, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this my entire journey. But here I'm like, who cares?
Feel our voice.
Touch the pillar.
They stand outside our prison. We rattle the bars they do not hear. We scream. They do not answer.
I really can't say how much I hate the voice acting. It's well done, right? It is what it should be, I guess, but I don't think it's enjoyable to listen to. Like, just like from the... like, just listening to the voice makes me want to fucking shit on this, right? I'm just like doing what I think is okay, but something instinctively tells me this is so annoying, just get fucking kill it, right? But since I try to listen to reason, I'm like, okay.
Truth. Truth. We are in agony. They come, a surging flood of parasites. They destroy us bite by bite. They eat us alive. Out! Let us out! Set us free! There are always more. New steel treads upon the ashes of the old. The light stands in the midst, the old light. It blinds us. Send it away. It hurts. It has always hurt this way. And our pain spreads, and the rot spreads. The plague grows. We did not mean to. Believe. Faith. It has been so long since anyone has granted us these gifts. We see now the mycelial roots tended with our blood and tears. We wanted to be patience and strength, but we were afraid. They hurt us and would not stop. We did not mean to. We were innocent. We were never taught the meaning of our strength. We were nothing once, and then we were. As we woke to the world, we reached out and we found them, the other gods. We thought they would love us, but they flinched from us like we were a flame. The Charred Queen called us an abomination. We tore chasms in the land and boiled its rivers to stop her magfolk, to save our people. How could we have known how fragile their bodies were? She hurt us, killed those who loved us. She wanted us gone, forgotten, destroyed utterly. We do not know. We do not comprehend. We were new to the world, and it to us. Yet she made it our sin. She who caged us. She who called us monster. We thrash and the affliction rises. We scream and the rot spreads. We did not intend to lie.
The thing is, right, taking this one, I don't agree. This is not agreeable.
Can the river not wash and drown? Can poison not cure the disease? They hurt us. We hurt them back. We hurt them again, again, again. We dreamed of green shoots, roses without thorns to prick. The vines of the past strangle us. We help us. We are alone.
Wait, what? Help us, we're alone. Why not? Of course.
At last, gentleness, like the soft.
I mean, I didn't go through all this shit just to say fuck
We will
you.
make this better. We promise. Help us. Release us. Then the rot ends. We give you another sliver of our power, a piece of us. Do you accept? The parasites who trapped us left a door in the garden's wall. Reach it, and you can set us free. Let us aid you once more. We grant you our power.
I just say the powers are shit. I just taken them because
The acid sea. It cups our prison.
I wanna, you know, be sympathetic with her.
It waits. We wait. Free us. End our suffering.
Okay, so the idea basically I have is that she is a fucking psychotic bitch, but she doesn't want to be, and we're gonna make her. We're gonna fix her, right? That's the idea I have. She's fucking annoying, and I'm just trying to be nice to her, but you know, just like understanding of the situation, because I believe in determinism and show she didn't have a choice, right? But if she becomes a bitch after we free her, we're gonna fucking kill her. Replaces Dream Touch, Seeds of Vengeance, heals and revives all nearby allies, and deals damage over time to nearby Delman vessel. I don't even know what Delman gun and Dream Thralls I know, Vessels no idea. Oh, into allied Dream Thralls. Wait, so we have a super resurrection ability now that maybe doesn't suck ass like the other ones? Oh yeah, this one replaces this one, Seeds of Vengeance. Okay. So now we have the Seeds of Vengeance available somewhere. Oh yeah, now we have too many, I guess. Okay, cool. Whatever. It's gonna be maybe useful, maybe not. I don't know. So it sounds like these. You know what? Maybe it's probably better than the other one. It also costs like 30 essence. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, cool. So we didn't completely get shit on. Ah, that's so unfortunate. Travel to Solace Keep. I mean, yeah, this is a dead end, right? So we might as well.
I'll wager those artifacts you found fit together somehow.
Yeah, the last totem, I mean, the game's gonna be over by the time we have it, so I kind of feel like it's gonna be pretty useless. I'm not saying it's gonna be bad, I'm just gonna say we're not gonna use it for a long time, so. Okay, so this is basically, I guess, the garden, I guess, would be the final area of the game. Oh, we have unspent ability points. Since we're so far in, I don't even know what I would spend them on. More stamina, maybe. I mean, the Flurry of Blows ability is good, but it costs so much essence. Yeah, I don't know. Like this, yeah, this is probably a good ability to get, but I just don't know because of the fucking cost, right? If the cost wasn't so high. But it's just like this is 20 and the other one's fucking 70, which is more than 3 times as much, right? So 3.5 times as much. Honestly, I don't even know. We could go evasive. We can go for I mean 20% more health and action. And we could also upgrade this one. And, you know, more stun on it, I guess. But we could also go for more stamina. Which seems kind of shit too. Like, I think everything we can learn now is kind of ass. That's what I'm trying to say, basically. I didn't learn this one, but also, like, everything that costs a bunch of essence. I'm just like... Oh! Ah, shit. I thought you can select it, but you can't select it. Well, nah, I mean, the distance is shit, but who cares? Who cares? It doesn't really matter anymore. I think we have all the important ones. Now we can use the new ability and just, like, insta-kill them all or something. Bonk. Mega bonk. Oh, there's another one. I like how they reload so slowly. The arquebus is such a meme weapon if you don't have a build for it. It's just like it's way too slow. But if you have a build, it seems pretty solid. And you can also do like you know, those you swap between 2 weapon sets, which we don't do a lot, but I think that would really help with I think that would really help with the arquebus, just having it like reload while you're like using your other weapon. Yeah, I think you just like to take it out every now and then. That could be kind of nice. But since whatever we're doing here seems to be working just fine, I'll just keep doing that. And yeah, like I don't think experimenting too much now is worth my time because like the game is, presumably is almost over. Just gonna stick with my hammer, which I do enjoy, so it's not like I don't enjoy it.
in the brush!
Oh great, now the healing she used. This should revive people or some shit and make them fight for me or something? So this is my ally now? Was already sometimes it's really hard to tell apart your allies from enemies, which I mean I know how they look, but and okay, now they are my allies. But will they die? Or will they stick with me? But that ability seems pretty powerful now compared to before where it was just like basically a dot and a heal. Very situational dot. Okay, we've been here before, right? This is like just the way back. And they also don't reuse areas that much. I mean, I think the game, in general, I think the length of the game is perfectly fine. If the game went on for another 10 hours, I think it would be too long. But if it's just a couple of more hours, I think it's perfectly fine. Like, it doesn't overstay its welcome or anything. Yeah, I think the pacing, basically, seems pretty good. And interestingly enough, Obsidian's also going to bring out the Outer Worlds too, and I'm like really confused because they must have 2 teams working on these games. I'm stupid. These guys with the fucking shields are so fucking annoying. And also we haven't maxed out our weapon just yet, so that's hopefully gonna happen at some point. Okay, so we're just like casually a necromancer now. It's kind of cool. I also never tried the maximum movement speed I also never tried the maximum movement speed armor, and the reason why I didn't do that is because I feel like it's just, you know, I think it's more of a meme ability than anything else. Because it's like closing the distance between enemies seems very basic. Nobody's annoyed that we can resurrect people. Like, our companions are not reacting at all to that ability. It's kind of funny. Yeah, this is like we're casually necromancing, you know, like, who cares? Yeah, which kind of makes me feel like we're going for a bad ending, but at the same time, I think just killing her is kind of also shit, so I don't know. I wonder what the game will make of this ending, because it does seem like a pretty dark... theme for the ability, which is usually an indication that the game's gonna expect that to be bad. Yeah, we can still upgrade the hammer a couple of times. And we also did the one fight, given not fully upgraded.
We see you. You're all right. Gather round.
Weapon, which I think I think it's one of the hardest fights in the game for sure, and we should maybe have waited till we had higher upgrade levels. We can always TP away from here, by the way. I'm just like, is there new enemies? I'm just killing them. I guess the game wants to show us that all the enemies we killed before were resurrected or some shit. Did I think I went up there. Can't remember. The time of day change really drastically alter the look and feel of the lands. It's sometimes kind of hard to know if you've been somewhere. I mean, you can just look at the map, and I'm 99% sure we've been up here, but you know, I'm just like casually exploring again. So there is another pillar here, so we can create a camp if we want to. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go for the optional stuff. First, because I do feel like, you know, playing a bit more. I don't feel like just like rushing the end or anything.
That's done.
Yeah, and I also kind of feel like having her in your party in the late game seems kind of mandatory, because I don't think you can get rid of the illusion. I mean, maybe there is a spell. Honestly, I don't know. There might be a spell, but
Oh, a traveler. Just my luck. I've got something to ask you, though. I think I've come across the discovery of a lifetime. At least I will if I can figure out this puzzle, which I cannot. Can you help me? It's all the alone time in the living archives. You end up reading some really good books. Anyway, it's like this, though. I'm in search of an oasis of fertile land and lush
100%
vegetation.
patches.
I followed the energies all across the tusks, and I'm sure this is where I'm meant to go. My elders called it a waste of time. I'll show them. You and me, though. We'll show them you can find green in the tusks. What? I am here on very important business, you know. The texts say that there are traces still of that miraculous work and an oasis remains. Except I can't get inside. I don't understand the mechanisms protecting the inner chamber. I'll be honest though, I'm not very good at ancient languages. I just enjoy the ancient stories. However, activating these sigils should reveal the oasis we've been looking for. Will you? Oh, thank you.
Yeah. He's gonna 100% stab us in the
We'll
back.
show them, won't we? I'll be waiting right here. Be sure to let me know if you find anything, alright though?
Yeah, psychopath. Fucking psycho bitch. We can go inside here. But I will quickly rest and speak to my companions first. Okay. They're gonna fucking chew Eora off though. Pretty sure they got a lot to say. Living steel junk. Yeah, this entire upgrade system's kind of ass. Like, I don't know, it's like... it does something, but it feels like you're just grinding infinite amount of resources, and it kind of limits you severely in your build variety, because you can't just like upgrade whatever you feel like. And especially weird is that low-end materials are not... They seem to be finite, so it's kind of weird. You really have to go back and spend a bit more on that. Blood Writhe Toadstool. I mean, sure, we can create more of those if we want to. It's like such a weird... Yeah, so we don't have enough for anything. Berserker scale. Oh yeah, right. It needs more Adraban, which we could get by just like disassembling stuff. And also like the money, you have to spend so much fucking money on the Adraban. I don't know, like the entire weird, like the upgrade system. It's just kind of weird. You know what? Since I'm never going to use a shield in my life again. Which one sucks ass? This one, maybe. I don't know. They're not bad, honestly, but I'm just gonna disassemble them so I get Edraban. Oh, you wanna get corrupted? Okay, well, never mind. Wait, would you get them from all of those? Oh, really? That sucks ass. Because these cost so much, and I think we have something that converts money to damage. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, here, critical hit chance increases with your total wealth, and so I don't want to spend money anymore. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, very simple system, but also very restrictive. It's kind of weird, right? It's mega minimalistic, but also, I don't know, feels like it's overly restrictive. Also, that you can't go back to this one. Right, this action cannot be undone, and you're like, but why? And you can elaborate why?
From just going out and surviving on my
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
How is it that the air up here is both thinner and
Especially because
thicker?
you load it, you can quick load anytime, at any time, so yeah. I've never been blah blah blah.
I can tell he's struggling against the current, which is a shame because he's looking out for his people rather than an old building. Tradition and history have their place, but I just can't see putting it ahead of the welfare of the living. But you're the envoy. I'm wondering what you think about it. Yeah, it's too bad Mihala can't see it. Rawatai's grown over the centuries through dozens of expansions, conquests, and alliances. Many were bloody and hard-won, but I still can't find myself wishing for the alternative. We wouldn't have lasted if we stayed a small Almawa tribe struggling against a barren, stormy spit of land. Some would, some wouldn't. You of all people would know there's no simple answer to that. The question is, do you really think Kostya and his people are better off sticking around here than taking their chances with Adir? Or striking out into the living lands? I only hope they get that chance.
Okay, good night.
I'll be here if you need me.
Yeah, I just do the important dialogue.
envoy. I've seen Mount Forgia erupt before, but never like that. It's like it was angry, like it was screaming in pain. I don't know what really happened, but I assume Sapadal was involved. Oh, they overreacted. I see. Just a tiny baby god throwing a tantrum.
Yeah.
Blowing up the land and killing everyone. Poor thing. They must be terrified. Anyway. What do you want to talk about?
No.
Right. Changing the subject. Thanks for talking. Envoy? Sorry. I've been in my head ever since we left Solace, thinking about the village. I'm tired of it. You need me focused, especially in the tusks, where just breathing wrong can kill you. Still, I don't know why I'm thinking about this village, or even why it feels so important. What if I get there and... oh, I don't know, I fall apart. Memories flood in, and I don't know who I am anymore. Or worse, what if it's nothing? I appreciate that, Envoy. I just wish I believed it. There was a story. The warden who saw the future. There was a young warden who thought she could see the future. She'd think about things and they would come to pass. She was worried about her father falling ill, and he did. She feared her friend would die of exposure. It happened. One day, she was with her patrol unit guarding a watchtower, and she was struck by a terrifying thought. She just knew in her gut that Solace was under attack. Zareps, or ogres, or fireblights from the wastes. Oh, you've heard this one. The young warden tried to alert her unit, but they didn't seem concerned. They said she was delusional, so she left the tower to go protect Solace. And she found nothing there. Meanwhile, her post came under attack. Her whole unit was killed because she abandoned it. Exactly. So what if I'm seeing the future here? Maybe we should just stay on your original path. Well, I'm fortunate to have you all here. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, Envoy. I clearly have some things to figure out. Anyway.
Okay.
If I must.
Oh my god. Is he ever gonna shut up?
Envoy, coming back to Solace is not easy for me. A lot of memories. Not all happy ones. She took an interest in me when I first came to Solace. No idea why. I was an outsider and a child. She had every right to make me someone else's problem, but she didn't. I struggle to see it myself. Maybe my mirror's dirty. Just makes it harder coming back, after the way I left things here. Since we entered Solace, I've been... memories have come flooding back. It's been all I can think about.
It's only natural. You were gone a long time.
Seeing Mihala, I remembered coming here as a child, but... there's more. There was a village, and something went wrong. The village should be north of here. I remember godless ruins and a flow of lava and a large circle of some kind. I need to find that village, if it exists. There's something there I need to find. I just Wish I knew what it was.
It's a satisfier. He forgot it. And ever since then, he couldn't get an orgasm.
My thanks, Envoy.
As soon as we can. When I
know this
stumble
isn't
upon it while
directly
randomly
relevant,
walking
so
around.
I appreciate it. Anyway. You too.
Okay. She also wants to fucking kill us.
I've seen council meetings get out of control, but that one was for the books. Almost as bad as when I asked the governor for some unconventional equipment. He nearly had a heart attack. Old customs struggling to fix new problems. It's remarkable, really, what people do for traditions that have lost all meaning. The garden is your birthright, and the wardens don't seem to know why they're guarding it in the first place. If anyone has a right to enter the garden, it's you. Such is the life of an envoy. The council made their choice. If they won't let you into the garden, we just have to find another way. Not before I've done some reading.
Okay, she's done. Let's go! And this is what I mean, right? It's beautiful nighttime and then you leave and then it's daytime again. And also, why can you only take 2 companions with you? Because obviously the game progresses the story based on characters not being in your party as well, so it's kind of like they're like, oh yeah, I want to go there. Sometimes you do have to take them specifically, but a lot of the times they do just like know what happened even though they weren't there.
Just a little spark.
It's kind of weird. I can see it, but I don't. Okay.
Charge it up. Just a little spark.
Okay, just one more. Just one more. Yeah, it's really weird that you can't move your camera while sliding. Like, the game has some like small quirks in the movement system, and also hold to crouch doesn't work on the in the PC version. It's like it doesn't do anything, so there must be a bug. And as you can see during the daytime, it looks very, very different. So having like the different daytimes makes it way more enjoyable to explore. That's why I almost never go back to camp if I don't have to. So we're missing one of those things here, but I really don't know where it is. Usually you have some kind of cable going from there, but oh, there it is. Yeah, it's a bit finicky sometimes. You can't really get them. Oh my god, really? Oh.
Charge it up. Little power goes a long way.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we should probably just like move a bunch of shit to our stash, but I mean, this one's really good, but the damage reduction is just like fucking, it's too bad. Like, it's unusable, I think, on this difficulty. On lower difficulties where you don't take as much damage, it might be incredibly OP, but on this difficulty, I think, I mean, with my HP pool at least, it's kind of hard to justify getting one shot by everything.
How goes the puzzle solving? It's real then? The oasis? I believe it. I mean, I never had any doubts, but at the same time, I must get in there to investigate. The elders must bow to my wisdom now. If you'll excuse me.
I'm gonna follow him. I think he might be doing some weird fishy shit in here. Maybe he's gonna fucking, I don't know, have sex with some mummies or I don't know. Yeah. Just like, I don't trust this guy. Oh, by the way, one of the biggest weird things is that the game has HDR on Xbox, but it doesn't have HDR on PC. And the game, I think, would really work well with HDR. I mean, the SDR version is really good too, but there's no reason not to support HDR for such a high quality game. So I have no idea, like visually high quality game.
Green life everywhere. Green life and clean water. This is paradise.
Keep. To share with none.
Yes, the council will be thrilled. Everyone will be ecstatic. There'll be fresh water for our children and our elderly. We'll be able to plant crops. No, I can't tell them, can I? The desperate never know how to control themselves. They'll ruin this place. What do I do? Yes, you're right. I'll alert the council. But first I'll go to the living archives and tell the elders I was right. Well, thank you for solving the puzzle for me, though.
Nature has no, like, you can use the source without destroying it, and even the existence, it doesn't help anyone. So it's not like you're not destroying an ecosystem. As far as I can tell, there was not a single living thing in there. So got him. The nice baseball. Yeah, and people also like complain that not everything is a physics-based object in the game, but that is just, you know, it's not the creation engine. Like why would they use an unnecessary amount of resources for something that has no meaning in the game? So in my opinion, they didn't need to make anything a physics-based object beyond the enemies when I can hit them in the face. You fucking bitch. Now you like counteracted my fucking healing. Yeah, I should definitely learn to parry the fucking arrows. Sometimes I don't even know why I'm regenerating HP, like what the effect is that's causing it. I know that she can regenerate HP by attacking, but... And also, this one here, as far as I know, it stays the last damage source, right? Like here, the last amount of health loss. But since I guess I have something that increases my healing, I might be able to overheal with it. So maybe that's why sometimes it heals back to 100%, even though I got hit twice. Beyond her healing me. Yeah, and most of the things you find are completely meaningless, right? It's like you need them in large quantities, but it's not like, oh my god, I got something good. It just gives you a reason to explore, which is, I think, fine, right? It does the job. Obviously, finding something amazing everywhere, like being like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, right? That would be also kind of nice, but that's just not how it works. Can I walk on this? Oh my god, I can't.
Come on, come on!
Okay, I got mega baited into believing that this is reversible. You sure you can get across here somewhere, right? Maybe? Yeah, kind of interestingly enough, I think I should have put the heal on F instead of the meteorite, because I never used the meteorite, and they also use the abilities by themselves. So I do wonder if I should have used a better key for the healing, because it's a more timely button press. Oh, hi. Bonk.
Who's next? Anyone?
I can't remember if Obsidian made Heroes of Might and Magic, a Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Because if they did, the melee combat system for sure was more sophisticated than this. This is a very Soulsy, simplistic system. I mean, it works, but I kind of wish there was more like kicking, environmental killing. This is like a bit more, I mean, it's like more a traditional action game mechanics. So interestingly enough, these seem to be enemies, right? Oh no, this guy needs help, but I don't think I have the ability to go over the lava, unless you can like turn off the volcano. Which you very well might be able to. I mean, I'm gonna save here because I don't want to redo everything I just did.
Can anyone help us? We desperately need aid.
Yeah, you know who else needs desperately aid? The guy who just burned in the lava in front of you. But he quick saved, so. Okay, I mean, there must be a way to get over here. Like 99%, right? Unless they put NPCs that want help in an inaccessible location to troll you, which I don't think they do, so interesting. Very interesting. Clearly not straightforward. Oh my god. Yeah, this is actually sad. I mean, you know what? We could out heal it, right? I'm just gonna quick load here because I don't think. Yeah, this area seems to have a bit more jank to it compared to the other ones, which is usually normal because they playtested the earlier sections a bit more. I mean, this seems like a. Oh yeah, it's totally doable.
Don't know who you are, stranger, but we're lucky you came past. One of our cohorts is dangerously ill. We have no resources, but you look like you might. Please, will you examine our friend and see if there's something you can do? Kindness is rare in the Tusks. It won't be forgotten. Our friend is in the tent over there. I'll join you shortly. There are arrangements to finish.
The Outcast Warden, okay. I mean, you can tell that this is a combat area for sure. So, I would not get my hopes up that we're gonna save anyone. Yeah. Pretty sure they're nice people. Yeah, pretty sure they're all nice people. The Spellblade gloves. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. It's like they're very specific items. Some are generalistically just fucking good, and others are just like very specific, which is fine. Or polished key. I mean, it's just like what, 5 lockpicks. Wait, where the fuck is the guy I need to help? Excuse me? Who needs help? You need help? I'm pretty sure we're gonna kill these people, based on the layout of the map here, but... Huh? Who needs help? I don't quite get it. Oh, inside. Yeah, sure.
You know what the irony is? You wouldn't be in this situation if you were a bastard. We need your supplies. Unfortunately, we also need you to die.
Yeah, you're all gonna
Can't
die.
have Solus keep reading about us robbing people.
It's okay to like 311.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I can't take the risk of you telling the wardens of Solus Keep. If they get wind of what we're doing, they'll kill all of us.
I mean, you're already dead, so
I
who
can't let you
cares?
leave.
10,000? No way.
Don't come here pretending you're any different from the bastards in Solus Keep. It isn't personal, but you're going to have to die.
The logic holds up until the moment he just got a hammer into his face. Yeah, until then I would have agreed with his assessment of the situation, but... Yeah, I think, unfortunately for him, he's dead now. Yeah, it's just like, you know, that's how life goes sometimes, you just die. Oh wait, I can summon them from nothing. Oh, that's cool. I thought that was only for, actual dead bodies. Nice auto aim. Beautiful. Well.
Dream with us.
Yeah, you know, that's just this is how it goes. I always like it. You always want to be nice, and you're like, hey, I'm not gonna kill you guys, blah blah blah. And sometimes, obviously, there are NPCs that react to that, and they're like, yeah, they look pretty strong, but these guys were like, nope, we just want to die. It's very unfortunate for them. Not as unfortunate as me not knowing how to get out of this place, to be honest. I think we do have to jump over here, so this might have been the correct angle of approach here. Come on, really? Are you shitting me? Yeah, like I said, sometimes the game, and rarely so, but sometimes it's a bit restrictive and it's like a movement system for no reason. We can just fast travel away from this, by the way. There is no reason that should be hard to get away from. I have so many questions. Like, why would you make it difficult to get away from here if I can just like literally... Oh, the polished key? Where the fuck is that key? Huh? I assumed that they had the key, but they didn't, so... Weird. But you know what, I'm just gonna use the 5 lockpicks and... And it's fine. Oh, maybe you get the key when you negotiate or something. Oh, fuck. Okay, this must be possible, right? Okay. Kinda weird. I mean, there's also the Lost Village. Find Marius's village is usually take him along with you as well. You know what? Why not? Let's go here and do this one first, because we're already facing this direction. Nah. I'm like really thinking about just like jumping over everything, but you can just go around here. Man, I really hope that one day I'm gonna be I'm not gonna be ill and can talk normally. It's been so long since that has been the case. Yeah, this is the most annoying enemy. Like I said, these like fucking elemental enemies are so OP as fuck. Like, it's so annoying. Look at the HP pool, man. Like, this thing has a billion HP, and when it dies, it splits into smaller versions, which are also fucking annoying. but at least they don't have a billion HP.
That was a close one.
Yeah, and also the dialogue of the NPCs, like the commentary, is completely random. Like, this wasn't even close, and they're like a close one. Sometimes you almost die, they're like easy clap, and you're like, okay. Are we playing the same game? Wait, I'm pretty sure I got those. Wait, now I'm confused. This is where we started the stream today. Wait, do enemies respawn? Like, I'm honestly confused. Like, I thought enemies don't respawn. But obviously, enemies do respawn, or I didn't save killing those people? Wait. I mean, I never came back to areas much later, so maybe enemies do respawn, I have no idea. I was under the impression they don't, though. Wait, did I never explore this? Oh, you know what? Is this did this get overrun by the enemies while we were gone? I might just have missed this area. I don't even know. I don't even remember. Oh, okay. We still have the key and we know there is a way to go outside. No, I'm pretty sure we've been here before. Like 99% sure. But maybe the enemies did spawn in. So yeah, you can see there is an open thing here, right? Yeah, so I guess they did get attacked by the Zorips or whatever they're called. Interesting. Okay, but I'm pretty sure we can just like drop down here and get the item. And by pretty sure, I mean I'm not sure at all, and I think the key should be usable below us. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is some way to open some secret passage. Yeah, it's kind of cool. So they did get attacked by the Zorips and ended up losing to them. Just don't remember if that was already the case before. I'm just like imagining things. But I do think I'm not, but maybe I am. Okay, but what is the key for? The key must open something, right? Maybe it opened the chest and we used the lockpick because it was on autopilot or something.
Come on.
The thing I'm the most confused about is like this section here, because obviously the gate, there is a hole in the wall over there, but it's like I don't know how to. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay, mystery solved. But I think the key is still in my inventory, so I have no idea if we just brute force the chest or. Well, whatever. I'm pretty sure whatever it is, it's not gonna prevent us from beating the game. Like I said, the closer we get to the end, the less I care about missing stuff. Right, the Zorb. The Zorb's over here. That is so weird because I'm 99% sure I killed them. Like I'm very, very confident in the fact that I killed them. But let's just kill him again, I guess. I mean, he certainly must have respawn stuff here, right? The spiders too. Or did he not save? Wait, did... Huh? Wait, what is this area? Seems like we didn't look it up at all, but...
Patience. I'm almost ready.
No, I guess you can't go there, right? Yeah, so it does seem to respawn enemies. But maybe this is just like triggered by the story quest progressing and there's like all the quote-unquote enemies coming back. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure whatever this is, I've been here before. Yeah, so let's kill those orbs again and move on. I never tried to kill the animals. I'm pretty sure you can't kill them. It's also funny, the game starts by transforming enemies into, like, animals into enemies, but it never gets, like, the first cutscene, right, is like, oh my god, look at this guy, how it got transformed into this beast. But no enemies are transformed into beasts, so it's kind of, it only happens in the intro sequence. I mean, they're just like Zorbs, right? What the fuck? He's like assassinating me. Huh? What? Well, he's dead. Whatever he did, it killed him instead of me, so. Interesting. Yeah, so we've been here before, but at the same time, there's also new loot, so. Weird. Okay, but let's progress towards the objective. Over here. And I mean, you know, the daytime looks fine, right? It's like daytime, not my favorite time of the day in games from an ambient perspective. I still, you know, games like Ghost of Tsushima that have like this specific, like interesting daytime system where they just skip through like cool looking stuff. Oh, in this game, it resets all the time to this time of day if you camp, which is so weird.
I don't want to patrol this place anymore.
Okay, then here, take your gun, so you can't patrol anymore. Yeah, also here you can see, right? I guess it really was a story-driven respawn. Maybe. It's like, it's funny. I would call the combat system the least janky combat system I've seen. It's so weird, right? It's like not jank. It feels janky, but also not at the same time. An annoying piece of shit enemy, man. Thank God we do like a bazillion damage. I mean, he did respawn just everything, so I guess that's just part of the story progression. But yeah, do I want to play Monster Hunter, right? Is that something we're gonna do after this game? I mean, the high-end PC will carry the shit performance, but at the same time, I'm also like, I don't know. Yeah, by the way, I didn't talk about that. Like, the Monster Hunter, why is Monster Hunter Wilds important? Because it's one of the biggest PC game releases of all times on Steam. It's like one of the biggest games of all times. It's like, I think 1.3 million people, concurrent players, like, which is, I think, might even be more than Elden Ring. I don't remember what the peak of Elden Ring was, but it's one of the biggest launches of all time for sure. Like, we can look it up maybe quickly, because I don't want to spread misinformation. I'm going to show you quickly. Not show you, I'm going to tell you quickly. Biggest Steam launches by concurrent player. You should have an overview on Steam charts. Most played games, no, not current peak, all-time peak. So PUBG, obviously 3.2 million is still the largest. Black Myth Wukong, 2.4 million second. Palworld, 2 million was so funny. CS2, 1.8 million, Lost Ark, 1.3, Dota 2, Cyberpunk, 1.1 million. So wait, it would be... Where's Elden Ring? Huh? Wait, isn't Elden Ring in this list? Oh, you know what? This list is not all games. It's just like them currently... Oh no, there it is, Elden Ring. No, Elden Ring was just 900k, so it is actually on... Here it would be... It could even beat like... Here in Monster Hunter Wilds, so it's on place number 5. So yeah, it's one of the biggest launches of all time, which I find highly fascinating, because it is a game that it has been wishlisted. I know it is the most... It was the most wishlisted game on Steam. That I kind of find it fascinating, because for me, Monster Hunter was always very niche, right? I know it has a big appeal in Japan. It has a big fan base, but it always felt kind of niche to me. But for whatever reason, since Monster Hunter Worlds, it kind of got very, very mainstream, and it's interesting to me because unlike Souls games, which are very simple games that are like, you know, pseudo hardcore because they're just like, you know, they're a bit more challenging, but the mechanics at first seems complicated. Monster Hunter Wilds or Worlds is a game that has very, very convoluted mechanics, and it has quite the steep learning curve, not from a difficulty, but just like from a learning perspective. So I always felt like this would stand in the way of mainstream success, but obviously not, right? People seem to enjoy this very much, and I guess I might treat it like Wukong, and I know I'm probably going to enjoy more than Wukong, but I might just treat it like Wukong, so like, you know, it's one of the biggest releases, and just so I know, you know, if it's maybe better than Worlds for me, which I did enjoy but didn't love, because like, I don't know, the combat system never clicked 100%. So I kind of wonder if I just like should give it a shot based on that, right? So just, you know, just like to know what the puzzle is all about. Yeah, I don't. Oh my god, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. Springberry's carrying us again. Oh my god, they just... Yeah, fuck me. Just like stun knocking me. Yeah, spiders are no joke. They have a lot of HP and they attack fast, and... Yeah, I might just play Wilds based on, you know, it being one of the biggest releases, and it looks appealing to me. I just know that Worlds was not as appealing to play as it looked for me, so... Fuck, man. That's why I should quick save sometimes. Or I could lower the autosave interval to something below 5 minutes, but... In my head, you know, it might cause hitching, and then I'm like, I don't know, just that. Yeah, so I don't know, where the fuck did we go? Yeah, that's the worst part is the game with such meticulous exploration, when you like go into autopilot and you completely forget what you explored before you died. I'm pretty sure it wasn't here, but I'm pretty sure there is something here. Oh yeah, I've already been here. Yeah, so maybe we should just play Wilds so I can tell you what I think of it, compared to Worlds. I mean, I did play... The funny thing is, I did play a lot of Monster Hunter games, also on the 3DS and all the, you know, when it wasn't on big consoles, which was also the most funny thing, that they didn't have big console releases. But I kind of skipped the Switch, like the, what is it called? The last one, right? That was made for Switch and then came to PC later, and I think other consoles. And I kind of skipped that one. But although I've been a long time player, I've never really felt like 100% like, oh my god, right, a new Monster Hunter game. So maybe this time, I don't know. It's also, obviously I just mentioned that, but it's also because it's played a lot, just like out of curiosity, because I do, you know, create content, and I kind of feel like it's kind of, you know, there are a few games, quote unquote, you should have played, so you know what people like, right? So it's just like you have an idea. You don't have to, right? But it's like they're like interesting because of that. And also, I did think about playing it beforehand. So, you know, it's like, it's not a game I know I won't enjoy. It's more of a game where I'm like, kind of expecting to enjoy it less than the average person. And sometimes the button has 0 AoE, and I have 0 idea why that is. Oh my god, they're so annoying. Like, I'm hitting them with a huge hammer and they don't get CC. That's unfair.
Nicely done.
Wait, this has an AoE against these. Wait, this has a dot on them? I didn't even know. It's funny. Okay, we got him. Very nice. Yeah, so I wonder if I like it or not, because it looks like a game I could enjoy, but it's just I just hope the combat system is more direct and, you know, not as it doesn't have like billion. I think they mentioned you can now animation cancel by dodging or something. Some movesets are less stiff. Basically, they don't animation lock you as much, and I really hope that's the case, because for me it always felt awkward to. What the fuck am I doing? It always felt awkward to be locked into an endless, boring animation. It felt so. It just disconnects you from what you want to do, right? Every time a character does an action in a game that you want to interrupt, which should be interrupted in the real world, and you just watch, right? You feel like it's more of a spectator game than a real-time game sometimes. But that's why I think interrupting actions like you could in real life is really important. So you feel like in control of your character. Yeah, so animation cancelling is very, very important to me, and I know that Souls games have this animation first priority stuff sometimes, but I think it's important to have a reasonably short animation. And I still think that Souls games have a very, very big flaw in that they wait, can we make that jump maybe? They have a very big flaw in that they. I do wonder what the purpose. We should try this. Yeah, they basically have a big flaw in that they don't allow you to move freely while... What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Usually this is an intended mechanic, and you can see there's something up here too, but this feels very unintended, although it is intended obviously. But. Yeah, and I don't know, it's just like not being able to move and attack with a melee weapon is like, for someone that did a lot of kendo, like Japanese sword fighting, where movement is everything, right? Your leg work is so important, you train your leg work so much, and then going into a Souls game and the characters is like being the biggest noob at moving around and using a sword at the same time, you're like, this just feels wrong, right? It feels unintuitive, it feels stiff. And I don't know, that's why I really think the Souls combat system does need a little bit of an overhaul in terms of mobility. And also, like we mentioned when we played, we can go over here if you want to. I mentioned when playing Shadow of the Eora Tree, which I would give a 10 out of 10 still. I still think it's a 10 out of 10 game, but it's not perfect, right? It's very fun, but I think the disconnect between the enemy attacks and your character possibilities are getting more and more annoying, right? Like, you fight Bale and he just like fucking flies around, he's like 10, he's super huge and large, but he can move around like crazy, and you're just this stiff stick figure that can't do anything, and you're like, you feel like a complete piece of shit basically. You don't feel like an epic fighter fighting someone, but you feel like you're the stiff little fucking noob. So I think like their combat system really needs to be more fluid and dynamic if they want to have more fluid and dynamic enemies. Otherwise, it's just going to feel like you're getting shit on because you're just like that your character's just trash, right?
Looks like it could fit in that artifact we found, actually.
Yeah, so I think overall a lot of potential, and the disconnect there really hurts. So I really hope Monster Hunter Wilds does not feel like there is. Interesting. I do wonder if we can go just jump this or something. Yeah, just I really hope the disconnect between the two there is not as big. Or just, you know, it feels good. That's the most important part. The disconnect is not as important, it's just like about feeling. And sometimes you just feel something doesn't work as you would like it to. And I think some Souls games have it more than others, right? For example, Bloodborne feels good. I think Sekiro felt really good. But yeah, the traditional Souls games for sure suffer the most from this disconnect between enemy movement patterns and the character movement patterns. Interesting, so we could also go here. Yeah, a lot of cool small exploration areas. A lot of lore too, if you care about that. You can tell I'm just skipping that, but Sentinel Male 2. I mean, fire, frost, and shock damage being reduced significantly seems pretty good. Why are we finding fine weapons? Yeah, also Darkest Dungeon 2, I replayed it and it really it is pathetic how badly the game is programmed. Like the way it stutters, like everything. It is like technically it is disastrous. The art style carries the game hard, like visually, but holy shit if I've ever seen not many games run this ass. And then also they kind of tie like your frame rate to VSync, like the way you can like select frame rates, and it's just like it's such an amateur work. Like I still stand by that, by the way, that I think the release price was way too high for the game. Like they should have released the game at, I don't know, 20 to 30 bucks, not 40, whatever they did, like for whatever the release version was, right? But now obviously there's more content and everything, but I still think the release version is overpriced, and especially a studio that has so much money with such a successful first game, I don't think they needed to ask for this much money. So I don't know, it's like it feels really like Darkest Dungeon 2 has so much potential, but like the initial impression is just such horrible. It's really, I would give it a 9 and 10 by the way, but I think the initial impression, like the way the game handles tutorialization, the UI language, it's just like it uses symbols for where it could just put text, right? There's this really, see, this is what I mean, you don't get the second win sometimes. You just go into a game and instead of writing the word stun, it puts a symbol for it. And obviously once you learn the symbol, it's efficient and concise. But it takes so long to learn the symbols, which is so stupid. So unless you plan to play the game for a long time, it doesn't really make sense, right? And it really makes getting into the game annoying because you constantly have to open the legend. Oh yeah, this is stun. And the symbols aren't even logical, right? It's not like you're looking at a stun symbol and you're like, yeah, this is stun, right? It's a hammer on a head or something, or like or the stun icon from World of Warcraft or something. It's just like, it doesn't use any conventional languages. It has like this own style to it, and I don't know, it's just like fucking annoying. Grog, yes. I hate this enemy. Did I already mention I hate him? The priest can heal the elementals, so of course they can. Why wouldn't they? I wonder if auto advance weapons would be beneficial, because I think like when I press W, I do advance, but I wonder if you can like magically go further, because I just turn off everything that alters my movement, but I do wonder if it would help sometimes. Yeah, because the game obviously auto targets too with melee weapons. Okay, we got him.
That'll show him.
Yeah, this is one of the most common bugs, just like having enemies die underground. You can't loot them, but it's not a big deal. Usually the loot from the enemies is irrelevant, and if it's like a rare enemy, you can still like reload or something. But still, it's slightly inconvenient. Now we have so many places we can go. It's so annoying. It's not annoying, but we still can go all the other way, and like I usually don't like exploring while I know there's a long pathway somewhere else, so I guess the other one just leads to the Lost Village. And I'm pretty sure we need to have Marius in a party for that to work. Kinda ironic to burn stuff in a place full of lava, but ooh, okay, another one of those.
Found fit together somehow. Let's have a closer look at camp.
Yeah, they always want to tell you to go back to camp. It's a nice reminder, because people, you know, when you don't play the game every day, you just might forget. Because a lot of, right, sometimes backseating, like in God of War Ragnarok, is fucking unnecessary and annoying because it's a moment-to-moment backseating, but just like some kind of, you know, tutorialization reminder, like for a game that could, you know, some people might play over a month or two, and they just, you know, they might just forget about mechanics, and this is the game reminding you, hey, by the way, you have to go to camp to use those is perfectly fine. And also puts a bit of emphasis that you just picked up something important, because you might, you know, not pay attention and you're like, oh, I got a totem fragment piece. Yeah, so overall, definitely not bad tutorialization. Also, the game shuts the fuck up usually. Yeah, I don't even know why so many games these days have this excessive, like, 0 IQ back. I guess it's because of that, but it's just like, really, it's like they treat you as a complete moron. Like, it's so funny. You play a game and the game just like, it assumes you have negative IQ. Like, God of War Ragnarok is, like, the fact you can't turn it off is insane to me. Like, or not even turn it off, but turn it down by 95% or something. They make it optional, just like, I don't know, it's like crazy. You can make the game so difficult from a combat perspective, but they're not even puzzles, right? The elements you have in the game that are like, you know, supposedly puzzles, which are they're so stupid they're not even puzzles, are so heavily backseated that you're like, I don't know, it feels like it's made for idiots. I mean, it is, right? But at the same time also, the disconnect between combat difficulty and intellectual difficulty is so jarring that it's like, yeah. Oh, and there's also a new game from because intellectual games, from the Talos Principle guys, coming out soon. And I'll say the Talos Principle, they're also the Serious Sam guys, right? We played Serious Sam on stream right recently, and it's one of my, I guess, most beloved boomer shooter experiences, just to turn off your brain and shoot stuff, right? And the funny part about that is that they're making they made one of the most, I guess, you know, intricate puzzle game series, Talos Principle 1 and 2, and now they're making a witchcraft brewery game that has some kind of twist to it, according to the trailer and Steam page. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that looks like, because they're like, they're very, very smart devs, right? Because a lot of people think if someone makes a dumb game, the devs are stupid. Usually the devs are very smart, right? Even if the game is incredibly stupid, the reason why it tutorializes itself sometimes like you're, you know, like it's for idiots, is because they assume the player is less smart than them, which is often true, right? So it's like, the game devs, like programmers specifically that do engine stuff, usually are really smart people. So yeah, there's usually someone very smart on the dev team, but then obviously for a target audience, sometimes you just get like these extreme accessibility features, which are good, but they should be accessibility features. In God of War, they just made an accessibility feature, which is like, you know, thinks for you and made it default, and then the entire game was full of non-puzzles. I don't know. God of War Ragnarok was a fun game, but also at the same time, like, it's so far from a perfect game. Like, it's crazy. It's not even 10 out of 10. What did we give it? An 8 or a 9 out of 10, I think. And yeah, I think has so much promise and so many issues. It's like, I don't know. It just feels like a game that tries to play safe and fails as a result of it in some regards. I mean, yeah, it is a solid game, but it could be so much more if they didn't completely randomly decide to fuck it up. Maybe jumpable. Maybe jumpable. Also, I'm on autopilot. Help. The fuck are we doing here? I mean, I do appreciate that sometimes the exploration seems to be merely for fun, like this one here. But at the same time, where the fuck do I need to go? It looks really cool though. Like, you can see when the darkness comes through, and you know, you can just like see the lighting here. Really, like here you can see all the like light sources, and it just like looks really nice. It reminds me a bit of what I know Avatar looks like by nighttime. I haven't played the Avatar game, but I have watched quite a lot of coverage of it. As it was, I think, Digital Foundry's tech, like visual game. They won visual game of the year for them, I think, 2 years ago or something. I really hope I don't have to come back with Mario's here, and Wait, where the fuck am I? Wait, this is where I came from. I'm stupid. I mean, you can already see the village got burned or some shit. Ah, yeah, this is where we need to go. Yeah, I hope we don't have to come back with Marius, but I assume we do, because the story quests are always like designed that way.
Dead long time. Obvious signs of violence.
What a beautiful dwarven necklace.
Nice smell of coat.
Okay, cool. More enemies. Yeah, and also I'm kind of thinking about what to do with Horizon Forbidden West. As soon as it has official Transformer model support, I think we're gonna play it. I mean, I wanted to wait for the 5090, but it's honestly, like, it's not gonna happen anytime soon. I'm not paying those prices for that potentially fire hazard. Yeah. So maybe we're gonna play it sometime soon. I don't even know. Right? I don't even give a shit what's new or not. Like, I'm just playing whatever I feel like. And in this case, we're playing a new game, and we might play Monster Hunter Wilds, which is also a new game, but at the same time, I also don't give a shit. So I might just play Horizon at some point. I'm just going with whatever I feel like at the moment. This is a lost village, and there's also something that brings us over here, which is an entirely new biome. Explore the village. Continue exploring.
Put them down, please. Please. He speaks of song. We hear only screams.
I guess we just need this
Circles
key.
and death. A chorus. Do you? He spoke to them, made us like one sick and full faith. Marius and
I wonder if we need
once
to.
alive.
No, we have to speak to him. He just like doesn't stop
Dream
talking.
of circles and bones and wilting hearts. He spoke to them, made us like them, except Marius and me. Dream of circles and bones and wilting hearts.
I guess we need Marius for this interaction, but the game does not tell us that we need him. Which is not that bad. It just means we have to come back here, which I expected. So let's just quickly do it. The reason why I don't like it, right? You can see this is now we're like nighttime and looks really nice. But as soon as we go back to get Marius, it's gonna be daytime again, which I really hate. I wish I could just tell the game, hey, please keep it whatever time of day it was before. Because obviously it goes nighttime here, right? This is obvious, but yeah, you also wants to talk with me?
Envoy, thank you for finding that amulet. It's such a small thing, but it helps. Just holding it brings back memories. Good ones. There was a sense of purpose, I think. They all left Solace for a reason. They trusted Razvan. People began to act strange. My parents weren't around as much. Everyone started paying all their attention to Razvan. We all know what happened next. It was Razvan. He built up their trust and betrayed it all at once. I just wanted to thank you, Envoy. That's all. Anyway. Until
Okay.
next time.
So now we can bring him along and maybe talk to the other guy. I don't even know, it might just not be a bug. And if you're going to go exit to previous location, I kind of want to keep the healing, so I'm just going to remove Yahtzee for now. Yeah, now we're back during a different time of day, which is, you know, it kind of sucks, right? But this is how it is.
No. No. Don't fool me. Don't lie. That can't be Marius. It can't.
Be careful, Marius. He isn't well.
Iancu. Viate. Is that you? What happened? How could this...
Scourge. Like mass graves. I can't... I search for meaning, but find only words.
This is... is... Iancu. My best friend since... as far as I can remember. When did this... I should have never left you, Viate. I couldn't have known.
Patrol. Yes, on patrol. When the dream touched me, I was away and alone. Yes? Not your fault. Not yours. We met here, Marius and me. We played here. I was older, but still a child.
That doesn't... I barely remember this place.
Your forgetting is for the best, Viate. I suffered remembering the whole time. Families followed Razvan, trusted his words. He would lead them to a better life. Trusted Razvan to make them something more.
Wait. No, I remember something. Chanting? I was so scared.
Yeah, here you can see there is a problem with the scripting, because we had the discussion with him in the camp that builds upon this conversation, which we haven't had because we got the amulet. The desk kind of assumed you were going to bring Marius in the first place, and you're going to have the discussion afterwards. So there's some kind of logical disconnect because of the scripting here.
Razvan circled the parents around, said he would help their voices reach the stars. They took bowls full of... night. No. Death. He said to drink it while Razvan said the words.
I don't want to know what you're about to say.
Yes. Yes. Gods, am I speaking clear? At long last. I saw all the parents fall over. I knew he would come for me. I ran. I saw young Marius, too small to understand. Razvan called out for us, his voice raised to the sky.
That's when you took me to solace. You saved my life.
A new home, yes, I brought you there and they gathered you.
The thing is, right, the people being affected by the dream scourge and them talking makes for very boring dialogues. I know it's like in character and something, but it just doesn't feel like very engaging dialogue.
I always thought you were a fool when we were younger. So impulsive. Now I know. You thought you'd already cheated death.
The parents in Solace said it was better to forget. Made me swear not to tell. You were happy. Never wanted to upset you. At first, yes. Later, it would have been harder not to forget.
Makes sense. No wonder it felt like everyone knew something I didn't, because they did.
But I can't focus. Can't remember. Razvan is near, making everything harder.
God, he might still be alive. That's it. We have to leave. If he's out there, we have to run.
Found a key to Razvan's home. Search there if you want. I will only forget. No. Razvan has gripped my soul my entire life. It will be enough to know he's gone.
I am so sorry this happened to you, Viate. If I could trade places with you.
No. No, Viate. You have saved me many times over. This I wouldn't wish on you ever.
Well, I guess. We'll be going now, yeah?
Nope.
We have to keep digging into this particular emotional scar.
I almost pity him. See you soon,
You're
Viate.
gonna shit on him, man. Okay. Where do we go from here? Oh, okay, the game tells you. Okay, this is... Pretty sure the big area next to this.
I knew someone was out there. He killed everyone. He wanted to kill me.
Breathe, Marius. Steady yourself. Your mind and soul are fragile. Now more than ever.
Years of worrying myself sick. He's out there, Envoy. This Korba is still out there. I don't know if He killed my entire village, Envoy. I think I know the contact Razvan used to seal the door. It's a poem my mother told me when I was a child. She said those words would always open doors. I never knew what she meant. If we're gonna go after Razvan, we better get to it. Before I pass out where I stand.
Yeah, we're just gonna fucking shit on him. Don't worry about it. It's gonna take a couple of tries, maybe. That's what quick loading is here. But this Disciple's Ring. Wow. Very relevant for my build. No, I'm pretty sure like 60 of whatever it is there is pretty nice. Okay, now we have to go where, yeah, where I assume we have to go. I'm just gonna keep Marius in the party, even though I don't like him as much from an ability perspective. Like, not my cup of tea. No, he's okay, right? It's just like I prefer the magic
Here we go.
and the healing you get from it, I guess.
Voices. Something in the sky. I can't think straight.
Okay, where is the grog? Oh wait, the one of them is a boss enemy? Oh, I didn't even notice. Doesn't seem to have more HP than the average one though. Okay, he does spawn ads though.
That's done? Who's hungry?
Who's hungry? I am actually. Time of the day. Time of day do we have here? Like, okay, it's pretty late already. Sorry, I'm quickly gonna call my girlfriend. She's arriving at the airport later tonight. See ya in 2 minutes. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So we still have roughly... Okay, I think I need 40 minutes to the airport. Like roughly an hour. We got roughly an hour. So we're gonna go for an hour more and then I'll go pick her up. Okay, sorry about the interruption.
Sing free our voices lifted high, our spirits laughing in the sky. Hope that did something. That was it. It worked.
Okay, let's go with the Cavern of the Voices.
Someone's living here. I'm sure of it. Well, maybe it's not him. Right. With my luck, it's definitely.
Yeah, Marius, I mean, you know, it kind of makes sense what type of character he is, but he's also kind of annoying. A little bit. What the fuck?
Don't know if he's alive or dead. If he's dead, he can't hurt anyone else.
Okay. Kind of confused which way to go.
Caution, envoy. I see something moving in there.
Okay, before you confront him, I just want to go and... We can still go to the other side first. It's kind of weird, there's so many ways you can go here. I guess if we go left here, we should do a loop around. Yeah, this is what I mean though. Sometimes you're just like, you can't even move. Like, the game just shits on you. Yeah, the most annoying fucking enemy. I mean, I guess once you figure out, all you have to do is walk backwards until he explodes a billion times. But it still spawns the ads afterwards. You can also have a quick access menu to not have to go into this inventory, but I'm just kind of too lazy to set it up, so... I mean, maybe I should, right? Because we do use the healing mechanic quite often. Okay, and this is probably the way we just saw before. Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, they give you a little bit of an extra choice, I guess, where you want to go, but not too meaningful here. I do wonder, though, why we spent 5... I mean, it doesn't matter because we're at the end of the game, but why did we spend 5 lockpicks to open the door if we could just have killed the enemies? Yeah, I guess you can skip. You can just skip a bunch of enemies if you want to. So does this summon people or does it revive people? Because it says it revives people, but I'm not... Yeah, I think it does actually. Yeah, there was no dead body here, so... Yeah, you have iframes during this very, very slow and long animation. Thank God. Yeah, these things like iframes really make games playable. I should also... The thing is, right, I mean, I don't even know. I don't use the grimoires at all, so I just, like, remove them for weight reasons. And also the game's item progression seems to be reasonable, so it's like you're not finished before the game is done. So we're almost finished with the game and almost finished with the item progression, which is usually a good sign. Some games, like for example Elden Ring, have issues where you're like done with the progression like many hours before the game's over, like even dozens of hours sometimes. And yeah, here it doesn't seem to be the case because of the more linear nature, obviously, too. Does help with keeping the game balanced.
Yes, I hear them, but I hear things all the time. Please just let me work.
So there's more stuff here, a bunch.
We're here. We could just leave.
New voices. Flesh or spirit, I should ask. The others say you're flesh, but the others are known to lie. Dream thrall. What a wonderful word for those souls you slaughtered to get here. They speak with more clarity now. I have long heard the voices of ascended beings. Beings beyond pain or hunger or death.
He thinks he's a watcher. Pathetic.
I sought to raise the voices of my flock, to raise them, to become as the voices that sang to me were. The chorus of voices that surrounded me, told me lies among their truths. On that day, I sought song but only heard screams.
Duke de Dragu, Korba. You killed everyone.
I know this voice. Older now, perhaps. One of the missing ones. You have your father's tone. Your mother's diction.
Yeah, sure. I can't wait to kill him.
Too aware. Yes. The voices won't let me forget. If I scream, I can quiet them for a time. But they're never gone. My people were to become ascended beings, like those who spoke to me before. Voices ephemeral, wise, and never afraid. Instead, their voices became screams. From the next life, they curse me. Call me killer. Call me death.
If he is truly a watcher, then it stands to reason his own victims would drive him mad.
I don't care. This Korba killed my family.
But
True.
I have since found a new choir, full of life, and set loose from the shackles of will and doubt. My new choir resists that which they don't understand. They hear songs of their own, but I will teach them to sing together. Perhaps one day, you will join my choir as well, my little lost one.
I can't wait to kill this piece of shit, man.
The gods themselves.
I have run from you my whole life. And you're just a madman in a cave, talking to dream thralls.
You ran because you were afraid. Now you come back to me. My lost lamb. My tiny...
Can we just kill him? Can we just skip this shit? I don't even want to talk to him, man. He's just a fucking... Okay, it's pretty pathetic.
Rosvan is dead. It feels hollow somehow, but I can't explain how. I'm sure I will. It just takes time. I just spent my whole life afraid of something I couldn't remember. And now I've found that thing and overcome it. I need to think about all this.
I think my hammer killed him in one hit, but
see how he's feeling.
He can take the credit if he wants to. Okay, so we I guess you can summon something. Okay, that was the most pathetic fight I've ever seen. I guess it was on purpose, but what a sick fuck. This seems to be a more... I guess it's like really hard to tell where the fuck I need to go from here. Like... Okay. Man, you could read so much if you wanted in the game, but I really like that the game... I mean, they could have voice acted it too, but I think it would have been annoying because your companions also comment on the situations every now and then. So I feel like them not voicing it is perfectly fine. But in other games, you know, where you just like have nothing to listen to, I don't mind when they like... You don't have to actively listen to it while watching it, but you can listen to it in the background. Okay, so I guess we got all loot now. Very nice. And also not being really open worldish for these sections is perfectly fine, because, you know, like more intricate dungeons that load are nice. It's not like Starfield where you just get loading screens everywhere. Like, they're very rare and they make sense. And also they're not that long, so that's nice. Okay, let's go back to our friend. Or we just die. Yeah, why not? Why not just die? Yeah, you can see this area is a little bit less playtested than the start of the game, because sometimes there's like an obvious way that players would take that is not possible, and that's really rare usually in the game. But I like that they gave you this more interesting way back instead of just like letting you go the same way you came. What? This is what I meant. They kind of didn't playtest some of the areas here. Oh, that pisses me off because we're for sure gonna have to fucking loot everything again. Ah, yeah, that sucks. Okay, so this is not... I thought this was honestly the way forward, and then we just climb on the right side. But that's what I meant, right? They obviously haven't playtested this area enough. Compared to the start. It is fair, because if you don't know, most players don't reach the end of the game. It's maybe like 20-30% depending on the game, and maybe even lower. So it's obviously more important that the start is good, but still, you know, it would be nice not to die for no reason. Okay, so now I'm gonna use a quick save here, because I have no idea what the devs want from me. I really thought going down here and up there is the way they intended this to go, but we'll see. Yeah, okay, this is not the intended way, now we know. Yeah, pretty rare that the game has that. So if you play the game, don't worry about these things. They usually don't happen often. At least maybe I got lucky, I don't know, but it didn't happen to me that often. So they want you to jump over here, pretty obviously. They don't want you to go here, but... Do they want you to just jump the bridge directly? Oh, they could, right? Yeah, sometimes you can jump really far. Yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah. I mean, it would have been, you know, this seems like a logical way too, so I guess I don't blame myself too much for this one.
We spoke before, yes?
No.
Marius? We spoke before. I trust you ended him? One way or another?
It's over, Viate. You can rest now. I promise.
Right, Viate. And so can you. Remember that. I will likely find it first. Marius has never sought peace.
Quiet, you Nimdude. I know how to seek peace if I want it.
Right. Clearly. I leave you now, full of peace.
Will you be alright, Viate? What can I do to help?
Nothing more you have to do, Viate. Just keep living and try to laugh once in a while.
Right. I will miss you, Viate. I love you.
I feel
And the funny part is we know we're responsible. I mean, just the god in us is partially responsible for him being in that state. Really brings you peace of mind knowing that. Okay, so this is the main story, I think. So we're gonna go here first. And unfortunately, it's gonna reset the time of date. I guess he also did that maybe when fast traveling, but I kind of just wish he didn't, so we can get more like morning light, night action and stuff like that. Okay, they're gonna fucking chew my ears off again. I can already tell. We can make 8. And Bloodwraith Toadstool. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have made 16. That would... Yeah, that might have been a mistake. I guess we need even more steel, never mind. I mean, we can go all the way back. I don't plan to level old stuff, but if you do, you should probably not do this. And also it doesn't... I mean, if you don't level it, it really is very expensive, so... We still need more. If we have one more Adreban, we can go and upgrade this one too.
After all...
Well, seems there is more to our dwarven friend than we thought. Than even he thought. At least we made sure that nothing like that massacre will ever happen again.
Yeah, just another person doing it somewhere else, but...
You're right. I'll pull him aside for a chat later. Either way, at least that part of Marius's life is done and dusted. The next time we find a cult like this, let's stop it before they get to the death part, shall we?
What is this fucking answer? Just imagine he's next to you when you say that. Oh, the part where they killed your family? That was the most fun part.
Well, that's all I have to say on the matter, I suppose. Unless there's something else you wish to discuss. How can I help, darling? Well, I suppose you've earned that much. And I do enjoy rewarding tenacity. Though between your dreams and mine, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here. You remember that I nearly burned my family home down when I was young? It was an accident. And I paid for it. My parents refused to buy me more spellbooks for years. Well, shortly after all that fuss, the dream began. It started at first with a fire. Just flames, crackling, and a feeling of safety. I thought it was a little weird, but nice. But then the dream kept coming back, night after night. I learned more every time. I saw that it was a fire in a hearth, and that hearth was in an old library. I assumed it was a library, at least, to explain why there were so many tablets lining the walls. Oh, everything from dry historical recountings to treatises on agricultural techniques. No romances, though. Whoever filled the library
Oh,
must
she
have been
wanted
allergic
porn
to
and she
them.
didn't get it. Oh, horny furry.
No, never actively. I had read them all previously, if that makes any sense. That's actually how I learned the Akhedan language. Just woke up with that knowledge. Which is very useful when you can find no written records. In the library, there's just one person, but they're wearing a hood, so I never see their face. They do the same thing every night. They curl up in a chair by the fire, hold a tablet to their chest, and then the fear comes. The paralyzing, all-encompassing fear of something.
I'm just imagining a real tablet, like they watch some movie on it or something.
Just the noise. A low, deep banging starts, and it rattles through your bones and shakes you to your core. And it replaces the beat of your heart with this droning on and on and on until you forget every other sound you've ever heard.
A beat. Still feet on the shore. They come by night.
And then, as it just gets louder and louder, and right before it gets there, I wake up.
You've been listening to too many of Giada's ghost stories.
And let me tell you, waking up in a cold sweat does nothing for my fur.
Fur.
How sibilant. No. Just that it's all-encompassing. It's strange. I've not told many of the details of my dream. I suppose I must like you quite a bit, Envoy. Don't let it inflate your ego too much. I suppose we should try and get some rest now. I'll have some tea ready for when we awaken later. Do you have a moment, Marius?
Right. I guess I do.
No, you don't.
Envoy? I thought I'd feel different after dealing with Razvan. Somehow more at peace. There was this threat I didn't even know I was afraid of, and now it's gone. So why doesn't it all feel better now? Right. It's just... I've spent so long being terrified of... what? I still feel like I don't know. Been dealing with this all my life. Someone starts acting strange, then clearly something terrible's about to happen. My people were in a cult. They believed what Razvan said. They died because he asked them to. But he wasn't behind every corner. He was stuck in a cave, babbling in mushrooms.
Yeah, he was such a fool to be a traumatized kid. Fuck him, right?
Seems to be. Yes. I appreciate what you've done to help me. I won't forget it.
Anyway, you're out of the party. Nah, you're in the party, but you're out of the party. That's how life works.
You must have some good stories, right?
Yeah, I also have great stories. We don't want to go this way.
Uh-huh. And, what kind of...
Okay. It's really unfortunate that you can't just go with 4 people. I guess they did it for some kind of performance reason or like balance reason, but it kind of feels weird because there's like no real... They said that she's like antisocial or something, but they kind of just like completely give up on justifying it. Yeah, and as a result, you do leave behind your companions, even though I'm pretty sure they all have like situational dialogue, and you just never get to hear it as a result. And if you don't replay the game, so it's kind of, yeah, I kind of would have liked them to find a way to make it happen. Okay, like this is actually really close to, I think, final exploration we can do on our own terms. Pretty sure as soon as we go for the garden, it's gonna be over. Bottom. Okay, I assume we already did this. Yeah, this is where the guy found the water source. It's kind of weird because I always play my own character in the game, so I'm relatively nice. Unless I troll or something, right? But I wonder what it's like if you just like, either you're a piece of shit in real life and you actually give the answers honestly, or you just like go in and troll with every answer you give. Because some of these answers are so egregiously evil or like just like troll that I do wonder if some people like legitimately give those answers because they would in real life too. He's some kind of psychopath or something. I mean, it's just a video game, right? You can choose whatever you want, but for me it just feels like I enjoy the game the most when I give a quite honest answer. I mean, sometimes obviously I'm just gonna troll, but a lot of the time I will just pretend that it's serious business. God, really? No, I'm pretty sure there's no way we're gonna get up there that way. Man, I really like volcanoes in games. There are not enough volcanoes in games. Oh, and I also played a little bit of Age of Mythology Retold, and I realized I never played Age of Empires 4, but I don't know, just every time I play an RTS, it just doesn't do as much for me anymore as before. I mean, I did enjoy the few missions I played, but I'm like, I don't know, it's just like, I guess I'm just spoiled for dopamine via more action-focused, more primitive games or something. I don't know, it's like, this RTS is fun, but also at the same time, it's more something I enjoyed as a kid than as a grown-up. But maybe I should just invest more time and find out if, you know, after some while I get the same feelings. Just as a kid, you didn't have a billion games, right? I mean, I did have a lot of games on PC, but at the same time, there weren't that many games in existence. When Age of Empires 1 came out, it was, you know, it was Age of Empires 1 that came out, but not 10 other games. And these days, you have all the old games and you have all the new games. I really don't get how people can say everything was better before. It's just like, I know why people say it. It's because of nostalgia and, you know, your life circumstances change, but gaming did not get worse. There's a lot of very bad shit if you're like, you know, prone to gambling, like, you know, a lot of gambling related games like CSGO skin gambling, gacha games and all those things. But on average, the gaming market has way more quality games than ever before. And all the old quality games usually get, unless the publisher is Rockstar with their shitty remaster, or Sims that just re-released the same game. Usually they also get really high quality remasters and remakes sometimes. So even the old games are better than they ever were. So yeah, for the most part I think it's a personal issue if you think gaming is worse these days. Because yes, there are objectively really bad practices for certain groups. But on average, if you just like select the good games, you will have tons of good games available. Like way more than before, obviously, and also way prettier games, right? Like, there's some games where I really think like I remember them as for what they were, but sometimes I see a game, for example, I just saw Morrowind without any mods or nothing, and in my mind it looks exactly like this game. I know that's obviously not true, but it doesn't even come close to what I imagined it looked like.
No, we can't.
It's really funny.
We must leave.
We must leave? Okay.
We can't. They were sick. They were sick.
Okay. Sick.
Oh, thank the gods. You're the first customer I've seen since this nasty business here started. Anyway, you looking to buy something? Bothered? Yes. Concerned? No. I am capable of handling myself. Don't you worry. The concern's appreciated, but I've got mouths to feed. Namely, my own. We all do what we have to do. Besides, better a death that people talk about for years to come than, you know, starvation. So, care to take a look at my wares?
Oh yeah, Borderlands 4 is also coming out pretty soon. Like this year has so, and also the new Doom. What it's called, but the new Doom games also coming out. So many good games that are potentially going to be really fun. Yeah, really seems to be a cool year for gaming again. Oh yeah, I didn't sell. This is like Hammer Space. We need one more Edra bun, but it also affects my crit rate, so I would rather not buy it, to be honest. But also not upgrading our armor is kind of bad. But maybe we'll find an additional Edra bun, because we just need one more, right? And then we're done for the game. So I'm just gonna pretend we're gonna find it right here and...
You Outlanders! You! By the gods! Deliver us! They've gone mad! They're destroying everything! My monks. If they are my monks anymore, I fear they've lost themselves totally. They've changed. Their faces and hands, their screams. They're ripping our books apart.
Sounds like the Dream Scourge at work. But to what end? Maybe none.
I've lost my monks and most of our books. Over the last several months, books about the garden were already going missing. But the Book of Oaths and the Book of the Before, we must hold on to those. What? Oh, gods. What are you doing here talking then? We've got to save the others. We recently brought the Book of Oaths to the parapet. It should still be there. And the Book of the Before should be in the main library. Now go, please. We've already lost so many precious texts.
Very nice. Yeah, yesterday I spent a bit of time with my mother, like helping her with her new smartphone. It's her first smartphone ever, and she's 70, so you know it's like she has a PC, knows how to use it. But it's funny how just like common stuff you just take for granted. It's kind of hard to understand, right? For example, a microphone symbol, or like the dots, or what the plus means in context of an UI. There's like things that are like universally, I guess, known and accepted these days, and it's kind of really funny how unintuitive these things are if you don't know them. And one of the my most, I guess, memorable moments for that was when my ex-girlfriend's brother, which was significantly younger than her, I think was 4 years old. She was already at that time, I think, 19, and we wanted to play a game, and the game had arrows, and he did not know what an arrow was, and that just, I was like, yeah, sure, it makes sense, right? How would you know what an arrow means if you don't know what an arrow means? So it's not something that's naturally apparent. And the same happened also with the smartphone yesterday, where a lot of things where I was like, yeah, but it's, for me it's pretty obvious. She was like, I have no idea why that is, you know, why the symbol means what it means. Yeah, I mean, obviously with the microphone there is a reason behind it, but some of the symbols are just like really, holy shit, he shit on us, are just really abstract. And maybe we should just buy the additional armor, because what are we going to lose, like 1-2% crit? Where's my crit rate at? Okay. Crit rate is currently 69%. Okay, we won't change anything about that. It's a pretty nice crit rate if I do say so myself. We should potentially quick save though.
A branch breaks.
Okay, and then quick save. It's kind of funny when he does the healing stuff and I just like fucking ignore it and waste so much time. What are we doing? But this is a barbarian here is really strong. What the fuck? There seems to be something in the ceiling. I like how she just like hard locks onto things through the wall.
I could have taken them. Scurry, hide.
Yeah, maybe we're just gonna buy the Agra though.
If you insist.
Next time.
Oh my god, I suck at. Bottom. I mean, we didn't use the lockpicks outside, but I don't even know if we have to. Okay. I'm just trying to understand where the dead end is. I think this is the dead end, so I'm gonna go here first.
What
Stuff.
a marvel. The scholars in Ishamaton would salivate at the chance to use a telescope like that.
Interesting. Yeah, we don't need a lot of lockpicks anymore, so I'm just gonna go and use them all. Yeah, the reason why it's not stupid to have a weight limit, even though you can magically, you know, remove it like this, is because I think it's really helpful for the player to sort the inventory, right? If you don't give the player an incentive, it will just end up with an inventory that explodes. And then it will be annoying to find stuff. So having a little bit of inventory management, quote unquote, forced upon you is not a bad idea. Yeah, so it's like it's not even meant for friction, it's more of an incentive for, I guess, management. Yeah, like nobody likes to inventory manage, right? But it's like, if it's done well, it's just happens naturally and you don't even think about it too much.
Devour!
Oh, we're so fucked. Or not. I just want to say my favorite moment is when the ragdoll physics just stopped working. I think the game I remember the most from my childhood when it comes to ragdoll physics was, I think, Unreal Tournament 2003? where they really had a cool amount. Yeah, see, we found the Edra Band. We didn't even need to buy it. And we got Elira's Grimoire, which has Freezing Pillar, right? These are really cool spells, like Meteor Shower, right? These are like, I'm really curious how magic works. If we should ever replay the game, I would definitely play a magic build just to see if it's like fun. If there is like some kind of, you know, a different play style behind it or something, or if it just feels like the same. That's I really don't know, right? It might just end up feeling the same though. But yeah, like the meteor shower sounds pretty damn interesting. I mean, where the fuck is the guy that wants the book here?
At least we got out alive.
Oh, optional, eliminate every dream throw at the monastery. Consider it done. There's like a billion things you can loot here. Archive key. Oh, interesting. Wait, this is one layer lower. Oh yeah, we never went here.
It disturbs us.
We should have saved here. I'm pretty sure this is just gonna get fucking one tap from a billion miles away or some shit. Or not. You're all complete garbage. Really pretty again. Like, I really like this small garden here with water and the tree and the volcano. It's just like looking outside my window. There's all this volcano going on. Okay, it's just a chimney from a from a factory, but okay, cool.
You're a blessing, Envoy. Thank the gods. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But I can't leave yet. I need a book. Once I have it, I can get out of here and start my life again in Solace. It's called The Book of the Before. Have you seen it?
No, I just know the Book of the After.
He what? Oh, no. Please, no, no. You've got to give me the book instead. Oh, I read it often when I first became a monk. It inspired me. I want it as a keepsake. Besides, no one else read it. No one would notice it missing. Please, just find it and bring it back. It should be somewhere in the archives proper. I'll make it worth your while. I'll be here when you've got it.
I understand these books are precious, but she's a little intense about it, isn't she?
Yeah, something is quite weird about that book. Quite the extensive area. I was like expecting a small monastery, but pretty big. The fucking dialogue of the enemies is so fucking cringe. It feels so good getting hit for a fuck ton and then hitting back for a just as much. Now we just like kind of spawned them out of the body, but probably there is like a condition that there must be a dead body nearby. And then they can spawn out of thin air, I guess. They're pretty good. They even have like some kind of tanking properties. The only downside is they literally look like enemies, so it's kind of not the most intuitive summon. Yeah, we have to pay attention to the time though. Okay, we still have like 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that the train connection from the airport is poor and she would need like almost 3 hours instead of the 1 hour when I pick her up. Because for me it does take almost 1.5 hours to go. So. That was a trade-off. I'm just reading this because I want to know why she has it. Yeah, why does she want the book? Like, I think I'm gonna negotiate with her. Yeah, we should probably try to read those to understand who we should give it to. But she was very suspicious. Hmm. There's a book in here. Yeah, some of them you pick up, some of them you leave. I don't really know why. It's kind of mysterious. Yeah, cool place.
Envoy! Have you got the Book of the Before?
Ah.
Puito. I don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot imagine a more terrible crime than peddling history to the highest bidder. Giving away the past as though it were your own.
Please, just give me the list.
No. Time to die. Wait.
Oh, fuck. No, I didn't know. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Me? That's an insane accusation. No. Please don't. No. No, I can't do that. Just give me the damn list.
We just kill her? Like, it's so funny. I can't kill her. I'm not gonna give her the list. And also at the same time, I wonder why we can't kill her. Like, she's obviously a thief, and we usually kill thieves, so... Even without proof. The fuck are you... Holy soy! What the fuck? We're doing all the work for him. He's just like a bitch here crying. Holy shit. And he didn't even care about his people. Maybe we should just burn the book in front of him.
The books, for Nandru's sake, do you have them?
Oh, she's done
What
for.
is that? Let me see. This is every book that's gone missing. Dolna, were you so unhappy here that you had to do this? I'll take care of this. I will inform the guards. They will imprison her and... Ugh, it did not have to be this way.
And rape her. He forgot to say and rape her. That's just, I guess it's just like, we don't even have to say it anymore.
God, Dolna, what have you done? It's a shock to me. I still can't believe it. But, well, there you are. Thank the gods. Let me see them. Mostly intact. Yes, the Book of Oaths is mainly intact, and the Book of the Before. Our work of rebuilding begins now.
Yeah, then you can read the book after.
Ask you to leave us now.
The book of the after.
May this token show our thanks, and may Nandru's blessing find its way even to you.
Even to me? What the fuck? Wait, are you fucking racist? Are you racist? Huh? Wanna fucking say that to my hammer? Fucking even to me. What the fuck is wrong with this person? They really have a nice monastery.
Spare the rest.
They should have never died.
We should have never died. I guess we can TP here, upgrade our shit, and then TP back to the Ash Forest. And then unfortunately we'll reset the daytime as he always does, but since we only have like 15 minutes. I'm sorry. Okay, we can talk to her. She's gonna be really happy we didn't give her the books. Pretty sure about it. Man, I'm so bad at finding the upgrades section here. More steel. This one here. I'm just checking it's the correct one. Yeah. Okay, nice. And usually we should be able to easily upgrade it at least once or twice. Dragon hide. Oh, yeah. Usually you have more materials for this. For the other stuff. Okay, now we almost have a max armor. The reason why it's important to upgrade your armor, by the way, is not because of the stats. They're like really small increases. But actually because of the way the game handles the differences between your gear and the enemy level. If the enemy is legendary, you have superb gear, you're going to take significantly more damage, which is kind of a weird system. It kind of forces you into getting like specific gear over others. Can we make this happen maybe? This should be one off, right? Oh no, perfect. And now we just need blood where Oat stole one of them. And then we should have what? Upgrade it. Okay, this is a max upgraded armor now. Oh, it gave us an achievement. Great. I really care about that one. Okay. Jingle, jangle, jingle. Equipped a fully upgraded set of armor. I mean, there's only one item you can upgrade. So the full set is technically one item. The other ones, I mean, no, technically the other ones might have rarities, but I don't think they matter. And here we still need a bit of living steel. Yeah, we're still really far off there. Okay, almost fully upgraded. Really matches the pace of the game nicely. Oh, we could even TP right back here if you wanted to. Yeah, why not? If only you remembered the time of the day, which you wanted to talk to us.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen so many books in one place. But to think that the Steel Garrote was using those same books for their own ends. At least Dolna will answer for her treachery.
Okay. I mean, she's dead.
Exactly right.
But she's
No
dead.
matter. What's done is done. I had just
I know
hoped
that you can do
God
this
will
technically
acknowledge
before
the
she's
help
dead, but
of our
she's dead,
ruin.
so...
Well, that's all I have to say on the matter, I suppose. Unless there's something else you wish to discuss?
Nope.
How can I help, darling?
Oh my god, I'm so looking forward to AI dialogues where they just like
Sweet
talk random
dreams,
shit
Arnold.
without end, and you just like, you're fucking, please end my life if another person talks to me. I guess I want to exit here because I feel like I didn't explore this area. Okay. Now we should take the minimum amount of damage, which is probably still a fuck ton, but... Yeah, I think this area is not explorable, so we're just gonna TP here and then walk there. Yeah, really rare that you fast travel. Oh, we have ability points. Yeah, this was the one I intended to get initially. I guess you just don't get any points anymore. I mean, you do get points. I think we still have Marius left for the points, but... Wait, did she give up? Yeah, I think only Marius is left. Which is kind of weird, because we already completed this mission, but... I also heard of people that never completed this. Because I was like, kind of curious if I was missing a trigger, because like... Kai got it so fast. Like, Kai was almost instantly, and Marius just like never seemed to give it to me, so I was like wondering if I was missing something.
Let's finish this.
Oh, big mistake.
Okay, but like I said, I really have to get going any moment here, so this is probably gonna be it for today. The next time we stream the game, which might be on Monday, maybe tomorrow, but probably Monday, we're gonna be finishing it. So yeah, that's basically the idea, because I think our exploration lines up perfectly with the end. So we're gonna have this small section here still to explore, and then maybe even here, I don't know, the Hallowed Haven or something. But yeah, and then it's just gonna be going back to Solace Keep and finishing up the main game. And then we did almost everything. I think we're very close to 100% completion. I mean, obviously you're gonna have missed some small secret areas here and there, but just like generally speaking, I think we're very close to being done with the game. Did you just get healed? Oh my god, no you didn't. Yeah, these enemies are not that fun to fight. They just like, I don't know, the impact on them feels kind of boring. They just seem like an HP bar more than an enemy.
Maybe Della could make something nice and pretty for us.
The Revenant. Which seems to be extremely weak. I just want to say that, so it doesn't seem like a big challenge. Okay, so there's a way over here, but there's a way over here. I don't even know where I want to go first. Yeah, by nighttime this area probably looks cooler, because it is pretty barren.
An abandoned camp. That isn't worrying.
Okay. Got so much fucking shit again. Oh! I don't know what I moved. Yeah, I didn't intend to move it. I think it was an arquebus. But it doesn't matter, right? You can't move the items you have equipped, so it's like almost irrelevant. It's just like that we're never going to disassemble it. Okay, yeah, I should get ready now. Notice to fellow warden. Oh yeah, the cartographer stuff. We never went back for that. Yeah, I do wonder if we should or not. What the fuck? There's just a random cave in here. Okay. Extremely random. Ooh, the umbral needle. Am I blind? I thought it was a... yeah, here. Restore 2% of the damage you deal as health. Oh, that sounds really interesting. It must be OP as fuck, because if you do a 400 damage... yeah, it is. This seems like a very interesting weapon for sure. I'm not going to use it because we're like into the hammer now, but if you have a melee focused dagger build, sure, why not? I mean, it depends, right? You have to test it, because I mean, I do take almost all my HP in one hit, so it's like 2% of my damage is probably not insane, but could be enough to be interesting, I guess. Yeah, sometimes like lifesteal items scale very unfortunately badly into higher difficulties because they don't heal more then, right? Because if you're in low difficulty, you can like take 10 hits. 2% of your HP is really a lot. But if you can take like 1 hit, 2% of your HP is nothing, right? So it's like, yeah, it just makes like slow heal, like persistent healing less interesting. Yeah, so everything that scales with difficulty is usually kind of nice, but 2% doesn't seem to scale. And by the way, good job for the devs to... the HP pools are fine, right? If they had made the enemies extremely tanky on this difficulty, it would have been really, really boring. And they, thank God they kind of managed to make it very much... I would say almost perfect. I think the HP pools are very, very adequate. You never feel like you're... like they are HP sponging you away. You can like really do a lot of damage if you build correctly. Yeah, it's a really good job there, because that could have made the game very tedious and boring. Yeah, and yeah, just scaling up the enemy damage numbers was a good... I mean, not just, I'm pretty sure maybe there is some small HP scaling for the enemies, but for sure there is not a significant amount that destroys the fun. Yeah, that is an issue a lot of games have, right? They just like crank every single number on the enemy, but usually it's just enough to make enemies more aggressive and give them more damage. That usually makes the game already very challenging. You don't need to put like 10 billion HP on it. Yeah, like still the first God of War, definitely one of the worst games in that regard I've ever played. Just like the insane HP pools leading to very annoying gameplay too, where you just like throw enemies off the ledge. Yeah, Ragnarok definitely a bit better, but also still not perfect. But way better. I shouldn't complain too much. It's still pretty solid compared to the first one. Okay, very nice. They are dead, and I am pretty much done for today. I just want to find a spot where I'm like very confident, where I know that I need to go, right? Like this is a spot that's quote unquote clean. There's still a bunch of shit here. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave here and then just gonna explore the rest here. Because we really have to go now. As always, thanks a bunch for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope your health is better than mine and that you don't have a cold or anything. I mean, it's not a serious illness, right? But that you're feeling great and that you have a great weekend too. We'll probably see each other on Monday, finishing Avowed, and Monster Hunter Wilds might be next. No idea, honestly. Yeah, we also might return to Kena Bridge of Shadows. Still wanted to do the Neon White speedrunning stuff, which I obviously wanted to do while I could talk and felt a bit better. So we might just mix it up a bit more, like have maybe 2 games or something per day. I don't know. I'll see. Whatever I feel like doing, to be honest. Yeah, but definitely I feel like finishing Neon White at some point, so we're probably going to go back to that, even though I might be pretty rusty now. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys